mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. I'ma get it, you know I be on the what? Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, keep the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Good flipping evening, everybody. How y'all doing? This is another episode of Late Night Exhale with not your host, Ali, but your host, Color Commentary tonight. It is Color. Ali had to spend some time with family tonight, so he asked if I would fill in. And of course, absolutely. And so I'm bringing you Late Night Exhale tonight. It is the hype show 1 week out, as the title says, 7 days to Sunday, 7 days. And it's by the time this show is done, excuse me, there will be 7 days until Dolphins football. And we got it ushered in last night with a great performance. I mean, good performance by our college football team, University of Miami Hurricanes, putting a beat down on Miami of Ohio, 38-3. Their run game was all over them last night. It was over from the beginning. There was no comeback. There was no special drive. Heck, they couldn't even get in the end zone last night. So shout out to the Canes. Step in the right direction. Nothing to get overly hyped about other than a blowout against a team that we should have blown out. First steps first. And good job that they took the first step last night to a future return to greatness by our great Miami Hurricanes. We're looking at a 79-degree night here in Southeast Florida. Supposed to get up to 81 in the next few hours and then dropping back down. But Tomorrow we're going to see some strong gusty winds. I appreciate every one of you showing up tonight for late night exhale, because I am just beat tired. I'm like, I have to exhale myself. That's what I feel like I've been doing all day. But oh man, it's been rough. But as the Fanatics promo said, you can use the link in the description below for all officially licensed gear for the new season. The link in the description below lets them know we sent you. You'll still get all their great promotions, no difference. But it lets them know we told you to go over there. So they like to hear that. They give us little kudos for it. So we appreciate them. We also appreciate Dubby providing energy drinks for all of us, mainly Shake, who has reviewed the starter pack with all the flavors that come with it. He approves. He thinks it tastes great. You can watch all his reviews and check out what he has to say about all of them. All smash, no crash. Get the dub with Dubby energy drinks. Again, link in the description below. Hashtag TFTG at checkout for 10% off your first purchase. And of course, you can also take that little mini helmet you're going to get from Fanatics and take it on over to Backroom Collections. They will spice it up for you, make a nice little mini visor for it. Check out all their other artwork, custom memorabilia, all kind of great stuff. Husband and wife team, small business. Make sure you're supporting them. Link is also in the description below, and you can also use hashtag TFTG at checkout for 10% off your first purchase. Let them know we sent you. They do a great job, and we appreciate it. Plus, you can get all the great gear from TFTG, inspired by all your great content providers here with us at TFTGnetwork.com, our new website where you can bookmark it, make it your homepage. It is your centralized location for all things TFTG. All of our bios are there, profiles, news articles, curated Miami Dolphins content, as well as other content from around the league, and links to all of our YouTube content. Make sure you're signing up for the newsletter for up-to-date updates and all that stuff. And make sure you're checking out the shop. All kinds of great gear there. And tell all your friends. Like I said, bookmark it, TFTGnetwork.com. And of course, all the great content I'm talking about is El Capitan, who started this thing up a couple of years back. Almost a couple of years back. We've grown to over 5,500 subscribers. We love every one of you. And he's bringing it at you. Calling the game on Sundays. Coming at you all kinds of different times of the week. But mostly late night. Just about every other night. And then, of course, you can catch myself doing Coffee with a Cup of Color, ramping up those shows as the season starts, because I'll have much more to talk about going forward, as well as co-hosting with Ali in the morning for Top of the Tailgate at 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., waking you up, rattling your brain with Dolphins content, as well as other stuff around the league, news, updates, all that great stuff. Top of the Tailgate. And make sure you're checking out Ali's Broken Take recordings, Broken Takes. He drops them every once in a while, once a week usually. They're always a great listen. And as well as tonight, 9:30 on game night, on home days, 10 o'clock away games. Ali bringing you late night XL. Except for tonight, I'm bringing it for you. We're going to open up the panel. We're going to talk about ways we can win. I'll get to that in a minute. But as well as Shake Money with the Drive Time and the Smoke Lounge, you can catch him throughout the week. Lewis co-hosting with him and co-hosting with Crypto all over the place. Crypto on Mondays, and then Crypto also goes on Thursdays at 10 a.m. for a couple hours, bringing you all kinds of talk from the marketing, business, as well as financial aspect of our team and other teams. Has some great stuff, great historical talks. I love it listening to Crypto because he's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to our football team, as well as Kahari P, who had his second fantasy show yesterday. I think you're gonna if y'all haven't signed up, I don't know if there's any slots left. I guess we'll find out if KP pops in tonight, but make sure you're registering up for the fantasy league. If there's any left, they're going to be doing the draft Wednesday night. So you don't want to miss that. And make sure you're watching his show from yesterday if you missed it. Great stuff. I know I wanted to be there. I wanted to talk some DFS, but I've been so tired the past couple of days. I slept on through everything. Apologies, KP. But last but not least, the OG returning to TFTG with TMI Tuesdays is everybody's favorite Tonk. Absolute blast last week. You got to go rewatch the show. It's absolutely hilarious. It just totally went off the rails. I mean, I was even offended by it. So if that should tell you anything, it was just hilarious. Make sure you're going and checking it out. Shouldn't always go off the rails like that, but Tonk does bring, a lot of other talk besides necessarily football. So we can take a little breather away from deep Dolphins talk. Hence the name TMI Tuesdays. Check it out on Tuesdays around 9 o'clock or so. And if you'd like to support the channel, you can do that with $ the Fins Tailgate with Cash App, or the Fins Tailgate with Venmo, as well as super chatting us and hitting super stickers. They always help. And we've got memberships over here at YouTube. Gives you a couple little perks. We got a couple different membership levels, and we appreciate everybody that has already decided to help us, as well as everybody that hits the like button, shares this thing out, and tells the world about it. Make sure you're hitting the notification bell, subscribing, because sometimes we pop in with breaking news throughout the day and you don't want to miss it. Sometimes we'll just pull up and drop the tailgate. So hit that notification bell and make sure you're aware of it. Let's see. If I'm not forgetting anything, I would like to say hi and hello and how you doing to John Featherland, first one in the chat, followed by the ambassador to the entire Dolphins YouTube community. That would be Chef Jew. How you doing, Chef Jew? Ali probably hears you. He's probably monitoring the chat even if he's away right now. So I'm sure he got your greeting and appreciate that. And thank you for the reminder for everybody to like, share, donate, become a member today. As many have, you can identify them with their green labels. Tua IQ, aka Michael K. How you doing, buddy? Third one in the chat. Wow. We're finally getting him though. He was always the first. He's getting bumped back to third now. So we get Moria in here first before the Buffalo fan. Stop letting this guy show us up. It's looking good. Appreciate y'all. Liz, how you doing? Always appreciate Liz. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Hello to you too. Brian's Brains. What's happening? The U is happening. What a good game last night. That was fun to watch. I mean, I know I don't want to overhype it, but it was certainly fun to watch. I have to admit, it's been a long time since we've been able to see our team do what they need to do. Because, again, it's not like a major feat or anything to beat a team like that, but Again, we did what we needed to do. Maybe I would have liked to see a 40 or 50 burger, but we ran the ball a lot and we ran it well. So that ate the time right down. Pretty short. I mean, pretty fast running game. Jay, how you doing? Wilkins is toxic. Oh, that's interesting. It might be. Kenna, how you doing, Kenna? Kenna Rankin always coming in and chopping it up. Always appreciate your opinion. Geraldo, Wasabi. Jamie Reichart, however you'd rather have it pronounced. How you doing tonight? Looks like I didn't write the LFG hit that like button, so that, and nobody's with me here, so that must have been El Capitan monitoring the chat. How you doing, El Capitan? Hope you guys had a good game today. I think it was today. If it was today, I think it was first home game, I think you said. But either case, hope everything went well. Hope everybody got off the field safe and played their best. Yeah, I saw Dan. How you doing, Raphael? I saw Dan Marino's making a comeback. And you notice he had Randy Moss sitting with him on the couch. Like, man, can you imagine that? Yeah, Carla, it's the Weather Channel. People want to know. It's hot and muggy down here. We don't get the dryness y'all get. It's still it's still 80 degrees right now and like feels like 100 billion. I can't even sit outside. It's gross. I feel like taking a shower just from going outside for a minute. How you doing, V21? You ate your Hungry Howies? So are you really down here in Florida? That's interesting. They're pretty good. I like their crust, man. It's a little different. Cheese is good. But, it's Hungry Howies. I like the fact you can get like all kinds of interesting stuff on their crust. But what am I doing? They don't pay me. Perry, call me Hungry Howies. Perry Langle, how you doing? Looking at us from Facebook. Appreciate you. Just found the show. I'm glad you did. And that's what happens when people like and share. See, people like Perry Langle find the show. Part of the AFC East by NAFCO show, NAFCO show. Like I'm supposing you can check that out on Facebook. Like what we're doing. How'd you get Fanatics partner? I'm not exactly sure the details, but I'm sure it can be found on in the back links of their site. But you'd have to ask El Capitan that if he happens to be on the panel tonight. Maybe he'd be willing to answer that for you. Or hit him up on Facebook. But appreciate the question. Appreciate the compliment. Let's see. Aquavision. How you doing, Aquavision? Roger Goodell's burner, who has been much more cordial the past few months. I'll give him credit. He used to come at me pretty hard, but I appreciate you being here, Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell's burner account, of course. Mark, a.k.a. Mark, from Bill's Mafia. How you doing, Mark? Everybody's favorite nerd bully. Like, he's literally a nerd that bullies people. Isn't that weird? He's a walking oxymoron. Yeah, they did have a pretty good running game last night, John. I mean, it's Miami of Ohio, but it is what it is. But hey, yeah, I did. Cap for life. How you doing tonight? Says Color. Did you see the new Lay's chips? Damn, everybody's all interested in that commercial, huh? I'm pretty sure I saw it. If it's the one with Randy Moss sitting next to him on the couch, then yes. All right, that's what I'm saying. I like him and Randy Moss. So I think that covers just about everybody in chat. I'm going to get to a couple news articles real quick. from our friend Alain Poupard over on SI. The second one leading into tonight's, kind of topic of conversation. I want to keep it positive, man. It don't have to be. I'm not talking about like, oh, it's got to be positive and wave. Everybody's got to wave pom poms. Yeah, you can express some concerns, but my point tonight, the point I wanted to make tonight, or the panel I wanted to be about is how can we win this game? Like, let's talk about why we're going to win and how we're going to win and not why we're going to lose. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the topic tonight. Not why we're going to lose, how we're going to win, why we're going to win. That's the topic tonight. So I'm not saying you can't talk about why we're going to lose. We're not all about controlling, opinions around here and all that. But I'm just saying, if you're talking about why we're going to lose, it's off topic tonight. Just saying. And, you know how people are on the internet about talking about off topic stuff. So there you go. The topic tonight is how we're going to win this game against the Chargers coming up in 7 days. 7 days and a couple hours. I agree, Kevin Lee. Good evening to you. Good evening, Ace of Spades. B. McD just coming in. Shout out to the three of you. 52 of you watching and 23 likes. That's a little on the bottom side of the pendulum, guys. We got to get them up there. Carla, not so optimistic this year, huh? How you doing, Shelby? 81 on Oregon scored 81 on Portland State, Raphael says. Dang, wow. That's crazy. That's one of them college games you go to sleep in the first quarter. You're like, ugh, why? Why me? Why do I watch college football? I'm still pumped about last night. That was really fun to watch. It's been a long time. I guess, well, the 70 burger we put up last year was pretty cool, but but I think we are right on track, right on schedule of where we need to be. You open up strong like that. Unfortunately, I don't want to drag Shake through the mud or nothing, Shake's Gators through the mud or nothing, but you don't open up like the Gators did. You open up like the Canes did. Still, I don't know if we'd had fared any better against the team that beat the Gators, but doesn't matter. We don't play in that conference. So, Mansa Chill, how you doing? Good evening. Ace of Spades is correcting Raphael saying 74. But yeah, I mean, he was just probably loosely saying 80. 44% chance to beat the Chargers, huh, Richard McLean? I think we, is that on that? Let me know if you're talking about that ESPN part of their website where they have that little pie chart. I like looking at that thing too. It's pretty cool. Let me know if that's the one you're talking about. Because there was a couple interesting results last year with that thing. I noticed as I was following it with a couple games, like with Mark says it was 81-7. Wow. So yeah, because like there was like the Buffalo game, the first game. We were on the low end of that chart. And then like as the game went on, it was funny to watch it go up and down. And even till the end, when they were driving, it's like they dropped our chances. And then all of a sudden they shot up to 100 because of that pass into the ground. Good evening, G. How you doing? Also, Mr. McMillan with a bunch of ones. And, appreciate you guys just rolling into Sackman 56. Hell yeah. Finn's mother effing up. Salutes to the chat and color. We smoking on Chargers pack after next Sunday. Hell yeah, man. That's the type of show we want to have tonight. 68 of you now rolling in. Likes are still kind of low, 27, but I appreciate everybody's passion tonight. I told y'all this is I transition through the offseason to the point where I start talking about how we're going to win and not so much why we're going to lose. And that's what I want to, that's what Ali wants around here on Late Night XL. Because normally, how you doing, Fins Up 74? Normally, we'd have a game tomorrow. So, I like that, Carla. I like that plus 120. I really do. That's a really sweet spot right there. I know the I know the minus 142 is pretty good for Chargers, and they're a 2.5 point favorite, but you're usually getting 3 right out the gate for being at home. You see what I'm saying? So you could say that it's actually even, or, we might even be 0.5 favorites, but 0.5 they still call that even if you're talking about that, but shave off that 2.5 because they're getting 3 for being at home. That's generally the standard when Vegas sets the odds. So keep that in mind too. So I kind of like those odds. I might actually entertain that one. Plus 120, huh? Over under is at 50.5. Wow. That's a fantasy picker right there too, guys. They're expecting a lot out of both teams. Wow. Now, here's the thing. They have to, maybe they're betting on the fact that that Miami's defense has got a first-year DC, even though we all expect great things and all that. It's first game right out of the gate. It's probably going to be easy for them to put points on us, I guess, is maybe their thought. I'm just guessing. And obviously, they don't have any faith in the Chargers defense to stop our offense if they're talking about, high scoring. However, if they are, if they expect our defense to actually hold them down, then you're talking about they're expecting big points from one team and not the other. And we have the better defense, I would say. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Well, I guess Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa, but so what? Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips. We got a stacked secondary. I'm looking for our linebackers to improve. So if you're talking about 50.5, you want to take the over on that. You could be looking at like not a 25-25 game, people. If it goes haywire and the Chargers start lighting us up, yeah, it could be, 45-7 could get you there. But that could very well just as well be us scoring 45 and holding them to 7. Just saying. That could be either. So I'm going to drop the link for the Late Night Exhale Hype Show panel. I'm not going to start pulling everybody up just yet. Y'all can come in. I'm just going to start pulling everybody up after I get done with these articles. I'll run through them really quick. Just to kind of set the tone for the panel conversation and give people a chance to roll in. How you doing, Jamaican from Zion? Always love seeing you. Jags Junkie. Welcome, Jags Junkie. So we got, let's see, that to do. And I pulled up this one first. We got the Saturday Night Dolphins mailbag from Alan Poupart over at SI, All Dolphins Fan Nation. Let's see. And these are questions from his mailbag. It's actually part 2, but we'll just run through a couple of these questions I thought were interesting for us. What happened to re-signing Chosen? Well, the Dolphins have 6 wide receivers on their active roster, so it's not like they have some screaming need at the moment for Chosen. I wouldn't close the door on him returning, but it could be a case where the Dolphins told him to be ready if a need develops. Though in the meantime, he clearly could sign with another team. The rule that dictates that vested veterans' contracts become fully guaranteed if they're on the 53-man roster in week 1 could be a factor as well, which I hadn't considered. That's why I thought that question was interesting, because Alan Poupart is kind of giving me a decent answer on that, because I really don't care if the guy comes back. I'm not sold on the guy. I never was. I don't know why everybody here hypes him up. I mean, he's a wash from the Jets. Come on, guys. You know, I understand his skill set, but, you know, whatever. Obviously, they haven't brought him back yet, so we'll see what happens there. But it could be just because they have to deal him a different way in order to put him on the sideline, because we don't need him right now. One question about cutting and trading and how that works. But I'm not. You can read. Y'all can read that one if you want. Let's see. That one. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. Hey, this will be good for tonight. And this one's from Big Earn. Get over there and follow Big Earn on Twitter at Dana_Buse. That's BUICE. Chopped it up with Big Earn in Spaces before. He's pretty cool. He asks, hey, my friend, the first opponent on the schedule is the Los Angeles Chargers. Last year, Tua had a subpar performance in Los Angeles. Tua has had several subpar performances against this kind of defense. Derek Ansley is a protege of Vic Fangio, with Vic Fangio being with the Dolphins now and Tua having a chance to look at this style of defense all offseason, combined with the thought process of head coach Mike McDaniel. Do you think it will have a positive effect on his performance against the Chargers? Absolutely gorgeous question. Man, what a well-crafted question. And somebody in our chat, that was where was it? Give me just a second, guys. There was a question that one of you guys asked. Donald Henry. Good evening, Donald. He asked, Color, do the Chargers play more press man versus the Dolphins? Well, you can couple that with this Big Earn question, because it's, you know, it's probably going to be wrapped up in there somewhere. So, excuse me. Poopart writes back, hey, Dana, yeah, there's reason to think the familiarity will help, but also expect the Chargers to throw in some new wrinkles at the Dolphins next weekend, just like the Dolphins will throw different things at the Chargers defense. It's all part of the chess match that goes on every week in the NFL. It's never as simple as, oh, the Chargers defense figured out the Miami offense, so they'll do it again. Or, oh, the Dolphins offense now have coaches who ran similar defense, so they'll solve it this time. And I think that's kind of a great question. I mean, a great answer. Alain, this is from Big Bop 1966 on Twitter. Alain, will Fangio's defense take time to percolate throughout the season, or will there be immediate changes that we will notice on opening day? Alain says, I absolutely would expect we'll see some Fangio wrinkles right from the start. We saw snippets in the offseason, but coaches usually don't show very much in those games that don't count, which is kind of a, you know, typical answer, but an accurate one. Let's see. Will the loss of Ramsey cause X to go back to playing the number one receiver most times? Was the idea to have them play left and right before Ramsey went down? That's from Richard J. Leonard. at Slick6971 on Twitter. Hey, Richard, we never got any definitive answers as to what the plans were before Ramsey was injured, though it's safe to assume the Dolphins were going to use all sorts of coverage combinations. I'd expect that to remain the same, though. I certainly could see Howard shadowing a team's number one receiver in certain instances. So there you go. A couple little tidbits on Alain's thoughts on the game coming up and a couple other things. There's lots more questions in his mailbag. Get over there to si.com/NFL/Dolphins and you can find Alain's article on that. And the other one he wrote, titled 5 Biggest Reasons for Optimism for Dolphins Heading into 2023 Regular Season. Subheadline, the Miami Dolphins are looking for a repeat playoff appearance for the first time in more than 2 decades. And his number one, we'll go backwards. I don't know if these are in any particular order. He says making the playoffs in back-to-back seasons is something the Dolphins haven't done since they went 5 straight times from 97 to 2001. But there are several reasons for optimism. It's going to get done this time. Here are 5 that stand out. What's up, Luch? And Jackpot, of course. You will not find Luch without finding Jackpot. Good evening. Good evening. Number 1, Tua takes yet another step. As with most often the case in the NFL, it starts with the quarterback. And this is where the Dolphins have to feel good based on the big step they saw Tua Tagovailoa take in his 3rd season. The key now is for Tua to finish what he started in 2022 when his play tailed off the end of the season, though he still ended up leading the NFL in passer rating. No matter what else happens, if Tua builds on what he did last season and takes another step forward, it just might be that nothing else could keep the Dolphins from making the playoffs. This, of course, also entails Tua staying healthy. But as far as that is concerned, he did everything he could in the offseason to help his chances. And one also could suggest he's due for some good luck in the health department. You know, I can't say I don't disagree. I don't agree. I mean, I can't say I disagree with that assessment. That's probably exactly what I would think. Now, whether he does or not is completely up to him. And let's face it, a lot of what we got going on this season and in the future depends on him and what he does. It's all on his plate. Time for him to eat. You know, and I mean, no reason he can't. I like our odds. I like his odds. Like that, you know, just like Alain said, it's kind of due for some good luck in the health department. I got Kane's Heat in the back. Y'all just ain't coming in yet. Might as well bring him up. How you doing, Kane's Heat? You got anything on that? What do you think about that Tua assessment?
Sorry, bro. Honestly, I just hopped in. I was waiting for you to let me in. I stepped away for a second. I wasn't really hearing
no problem.
What you were saying.
Yeah, I just figured nobody else has shown up yet, so I figured I'd pop you up real quick if you had any opinion on the Tua takes yet another step. Well, we'll go on to the second one here. Is Fangio finds a way. The Dolphins made some noteworthy additions on defense in the offseason, but none can have the impact of new defensive coordinator Vic Fangio. Look, there was a reason many teams wanted to hire him after he took a year away from the NFL following his head coaching stint with the Broncos. And that reason is that he's one of the most respected defensive minds in the NFL. Fangio's scheme, which is focused on deception and preventing the big play, could help take a talented group of defensive players into a high league ranking and prove the difference in some games.
I agree. I think I think we're gonna be great with Fangio. I just think it's gonna take a little bit for us to get going with him. That's like my only concern with him. I think going forward, it's a lot better than what we had in Boyer. So, I don't know. I'm excited, man. I think Fangio is gonna bring a different look, but again, it's not like he's running anything different. All these other teams are starting to run his scheme now. I mean, I just hope he has a little something different that he can come up with than what these other guys got, you know?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Number 3 reason, offensive line holds the line. The Dolphins' offensive line has been the target of a lot of criticism in recent years, some of it justified, some of it over the top. But it's coming off a preseason showing where the run blocking in the preseason paved the way for a lot of success for players like Savon Ahmed and Chris Brooks. The first priority will be protecting Tua. However, to give him the time to connect with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and and the hope here is that tackle Teron Armstead can play every game, if not most of them, because of the difference he makes up front. Even then, there's no reason to believe that 2020 first-round pick Austin Jackson will provide solid work at right tackle. The silence speaks volumes. I'll move on to number 4. Running game. No, I'm kidding.
No,
No,
sorry.
I'm kidding.
What I was gonna say is, Austin. The only concern I have with our offensive line, you know, and it starts with week 1. You know, we got a tough matchup with Bosa and Mack. You know, I'm concerned about Austin Jackson. I think he's gonna have a really good year this year. I know a lot of people aren't high on him, but I think he's gonna have a good year. I just think week 1 he's gonna have a tough matchup, man. I don't know what you think about that. I think Joey Bosa's, you know, isn't he looking for a new contract this year?
Quite possibly. He is
I
about
think,
getting there.
yeah, I'm not sure where his contract's at, or I might be thinking of his brother actually.
Well, his brother is talking about that over there for sure.
Yeah, no,
San Fran.
but yeah, no, I don't know, man. Obviously, like everyone, I'm concerned with our offensive line. I'm not gonna sit here and act like it ain't shit, you know. But we'll see.
Alrighty, number 4, running game revival. One of the big stories of the offseason was Mike McDaniel stating to his players and the media that he was going to make the running game more of a priority in his second season as head coach. Maybe the Dolphins' flirtation with high-profile running backs in recent weeks was an indication of that, but even without Dalvin Cook or Jonathan Taylor, the Dolphins can get things done in the running game with their current backs. Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr., Ahmed, and Brooks, if they stick with it a bit more than they did in 2022. And remember that McDaniel's reputation before he arrived in Miami was as a run game guru. If the Dolphins achieve better balance on offense, this could be a tough group to stop. If no thoughts, I will move on to number 5. Chubb.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that cold-heartedly. I think Brooks is going to have a big year, and I think everybody's sleeping on him. I got a hot take on him. I think he's going to have a better year than Ahmed. I think he's going to be our red zone running back. I think he's going to be the one punching it in the goal line.
Well, considering he's finally beat out Gaskin, I mean, he might actually be better than, or not a Jared Doak situation. You know what I mean?
And I think this first week's very important for him because isn't Ahmed out week 1 and Wilson? I know Wilson's out, but isn't
I haven't got the final word on that yet.
I think if Ahmed and Wilson are, I think this is a big day for A-Chain and Brooks. You know, and I only give the edge to A-Chain because of his shoulder injury. But if not, I mean, I really think Brooks is going to see a lot of playing time this year, bro. And no, like I'm really high on him. I think everybody, not us. I'm not saying the fans are sleeping on him, but people don't know who he is, man. You know, and I think he's gonna. I think we got something there with him, bro.
Maybe a good idea to put him on a couple fantasy lineups.
Oh, I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that far. I know McDaniel said we're
Well,
gonna
all he
run.
needs is one touchdown to be a differentiator. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I know McDaniel. He says he's gonna run heavy this year, but bro, when you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and now we got I'm high on Braxton Berrios too. I think Braxton Berrios is gonna have a big year for us, bro, in the
Right,
slot.
right.
I think he's
Well,
the
it's not it wouldn't be a bad idea to throw him on as your cheap third wide receiver and couple that with the Dolphins defense and special teams, because if
right.
he returns a punt, that doubles your points for him right there. He gets
No,
it as a
yeah,
wide
no, you're
receiver. He
right.
gets it
Yeah,
as
no,
a
you're right.
player and as a special teams guy.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like right now, I did a fantasy draft about a week ago, and I don't know why we did it so early, but I got Lamar Jackson, and I waited to get a quarterback, and it was kind of like a steal because he's a dual threat, like you're saying, like with the kick return. He could throw, but he's also racking up the points when he runs.
Right, right,
And I know they got a new offensive coordinator over there, if I'm not correct, and I think he's trying to do things a little bit different with Lamar not running as much, but.
right.
I think Lamar, like you said, Braxton Berrios is he's a dual threat. We'll see, man.
Good evening, Mike Catania in chat. It asks, Color, this defense relies on creating turnovers. So what happens if they can't on every drive? Do we get run over? I mean, I don't know. I'd like to believe we can. I stress I'd like to believe we can.
I think we can, Kohler, but you know what the thing is that in the first I would say 5 games, bro, everybody needs to just stay calm because like I said when I first got, I think it's going to take some time for this defense.
Right, right.
To really gel. I don't think we're going to be bad. I just think that it's going to take a little bit. You're going to see blown coverage. You're going to see, you know what I'm saying? You're going to see a couple mistakes, even from probably Howard or, guys that you wouldn't expect it from.
Exactly. And Bryson says most leagues don't count punt returning or kick returning yards for players. I know they do count touchdowns though in DFS for a kick returner.
But if you, like you said, you're not.
And you also get the points for the touchdown on your defense special teams if that is who you got it. So let's say if you had the Dolphins defense / special teams for that game, but you didn't have Berrios, you'd get 6 points for that touchdown. If you did have Berrios, you'd get 12 because you get the touchdown for Berrios and you get the touchdown for defense special teams.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. Like you said, you're not going to get the yards, but you'll get the
touchdown. You won't get the yards, correct. You'll get the touchdown though.
Right, which makes sense.
Good evening, Dolphineer. Appreciate you listening. And also Flava J, another member just came in. How you doing, Flava J? As we just saw Bryson, also good evening. Let's see. So number 5, unless Cap had a good evening, Cap. How you doing? I don't know if you had some comment on the running back room or not.
Hey boys, no, just keep it going, man. It just makes me raise my eyebrows on Raheem. I mean, last season he was, a wild card in this running game, and now I don't know if he's going to be just put back to the side, and if so, will he let that happen, knowing that he was the number 1 option moving into the season? Now it's going to be interesting.
Right. I don't like you said. I'm not saying he's on the hot seat, but I said, I think if week 1, I'm not saying if he struggles, but if Brooks looks like a fucking monster, you don't think that they're gonna start rolling with him a little bit more than?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Why wouldn't he, bro? Like that guy, isn't he like 6'3", 230?
He looks the part.
He's a fucking monster. I don't know.
Well, we shall soon see.
I'm excited, bro. I think this is a different year. I mean, I think our year depends on our first 5 games, how we start out.
So number 5 and final reason for optimism from Alain Poupart. Chubb makes his charge. Of all the talented defensive players that Fangio inherited, maybe Chubb is the most intriguing one and the one who could make the biggest difference in 2023. The former Denver Bronco first-round pick arrived at the trade deadline last year, and for various reasons like minor injuries and adjusted adjustment period didn't make the impact that had been hoped. After an impressive training camp, there's reason to hope and believe that Chubb could be a difference maker from the start of the regular season. Any thoughts?
Go ahead, Cap.
No, I mean, we paid him the bag in order for his name to be noticeable in this defense. And yeah, man, as much as I love Fangio and what he brings to the table, I just want to see this pass rush develop once and for all. I mean, we need it, man, on both sides. So I'm all about some Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, he's got to do better than he did last year, bro. I mean, he this is his defense. I mean, isn't when he came into the league, this is what he was under. So he's got to flourish, especially with Jalen Phillips, on the other side, and you got Wilkins, who's playing for a contract, bro. You don't think if he balls out even more than he did last year that he's gonna want even more fucking money?
Yeah, we brought this up on the Spaces yesterday. I think.
I'm kind of
even
concerned
if
that
Wilkins doesn't do
anything
anything as far as with the sack totals, which we're not expecting the sack totals to double, but if we are, that'd be great. But he needs to get that double team aspect in order for the pass rush to be flourishable. And I mean, it's hard for Wilkins, man. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. But he has to help out in a way that, I don't know, man. It's just difficult because you're expecting for him to have that standout season, but we're also expecting the pass rush. You get what I mean?
Yep. No, I get it, bro.
Exactly.
I get it. I don't know. I think but we got to see something else from the other guys, not just Chubb.
Yeah. No, you guys brought up a good point too. The past two seasons, the turnover ratio for this team has been phenomenal, and we can't go backwards. Like, we got to have turnovers in order for us to have a chance.
There's no way that seriously, because how we've hyped Fangio up, and which he deserves the hype. There's no way we can go into this year, bro, and we have a worse defense than we did last year, because then what does that say about Boyer? I'm not a Boyer fan. Don't get it twisted, but we have to. They have to show production, and I know we don't got Ramsey, but guess what? We didn't have him last year, and we had we're used to injuries.
And we're a lot healthier than we were last year.
Exactly,
Yep.
I'm big on. I think Cater Kohu is gonna have a big year again. As well as Cam Smith. I think I wasn't really happy on the pick when we got it, but I think Cam Smith, because I went to the first training camp when they had it, and he looked good, bro. I think he's gonna be something. We'll see.
All right. Well, we got like 77 people watching tonight, guys. Only you two came up. That's crazy. 40 likes. Get them likes up, guys. Hit the like button. Share it out. Make sure everybody knows we're live right now. I mean, 79 of you know we're live. So on a Saturday night, tailgate, late night exhale.
I'm always trying to give you guys spread the love. Tell everybody about you guys.
I guess nobody's positive enough to come out. Y'all are like bunch of poopers, man. Like
everybody partying tonight.
Yeah, I guess so, man. They're all
football season, man.
Chopping it up.
You saw the Colorado today upset. Was it TCU?
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't really interested in it.
I don't really like Sanders, but I'm happy for him because that's a big win.
Oh, and thanks for the Lewis. How's it going tonight, buddy? Thanks for the the come up, bro. I appreciate that. No, I totally exhaled so hard. I'm about to fall asleep, to be honest with you. But we're definitely going at least till midnight tonight. So I've got another hour on the books at least, unless anybody else keeps it going. So just to let everybody know, get in while the getting's good. And what you got for us tonight, Lewis?
Well, no, just wanted to come in and say, how's everybody doing? And to kind of jump into, listen, everybody's talking about the defense, and I get it. I think we're going to be improved, but I think Color knows. Cap probably knows. King's Heat, I don't know how many times you've heard me say it. okay, we were bad last year again in situations, but I don't think the defense was that bad. But again, I'm going to leave the defense alone. It's the offense for me. This is an offensive-minded football team. I told everybody last year, everybody said, oh, it was a first-year head coach, McDaniel, got to give him time. Well, there are no more excuses. He's a second-year head coach. He had our offense top 6, and Color has said it best. I think that's the best argument I've heard about the offense so far. Kansas City's defense, let me warn everybody again, Kansas City's defense wasn't that much better than ours was last year, right? The problem, the reason you didn't hear about the deficiencies in Kansas City is because they were averaging 29 points a game. For me, that's where this offense needs to be.
Right.
You want to start going 12-5, 13-4, right? Start averaging 27 to 30 points a game.
I tend to agree.
That's what's going to help Miami this season. It's not going to be the defense. Again, the defense is there to I'm not saying that it doesn't mean anything, but again, we are an offensive-minded football team. I just don't want nobody in our fan base to think it's a defensive-minded team, because for me, it's not. If Miami scores 27,
I just fired up a poll asking that very question to the audience. What do you think is the bigger key to this game to beating the Chargers? Oh, wait, you know what? I need to end that poll because I don't know why I put yes and no. God, I'm dumb. I told you I'm tired, man. Look, we even got an answer. Look at that. 2 votes. What were you all voting for? Yes? That we have a key to beating them?
Wow. Never fails.
Thank you for voting, though. I appreciate that. But let me get this poll up right.
Poll makes no sense from Carla.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I put those answers. But we already got Lewis's answer to this question. But do you believe it is going to be offense or defense being the key to defeating the Chargers?
The poll
down is starting now.
It has to be the offense because, again, today, this evening in Color's monologue, he said it, or somebody said it. I guess the point spread, they're saying the over-under is 50 points.
50.5, yeah.
I believe that, and again, Color made a good point to kind of offset and make you think a little bit. But I'm thinking, and again, this is just my opinion, I'm thinking we're looking at a shootout, boys. I'm thinking like a 35-32, 38-35.
Good fantasy pick 'em, right? Good grab some players from this game.
Absolutely. That's what I think we're headed for week 1. Because, again, without feelings being mentioned, Justin Herbert, he's a big-time player. Well, I know we don't like him. I know this is, again, I'm not picking him over any specific player. I'm not picking them to win. I'm just saying I think going into week 1, this has to be an offensive-minded football team and game, not a defensive-minded football game, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to pour it on and keep their guy off the field.
1,000%.
Just pour it on. Step on the gas and don't let up.
You rest your number 2 in Waddle throughout the whole preseason. You got banged up running backs. I mean, at this point, it smells shootout.
I mean, look, if you go out there and just go balls out and leave it all out there, and you come back across the country to on the road again in New England to a division opponent and lose, I think you can still hang your hat pretty high, bro. You know what I mean? But you got to come out making that statement to start the season, man, to a team like the Chargers, man. That's all I got. That's how I feel about it. And I think that's the key to this game, man, is just getting out there, stepping on the gas and going with it. Weather's probably going to be nice out there compared to how it's been around here. So the guys ought to be nice, and I think we can out-physical them. I think
absolutely.
We're faster all around, defense and offense.
Man, I wish.
And I think in the drier climate, that's going to come to fruition. You know what I mean? There's a reason a lot of these UFC guys train in South Florida.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to take advantage of that week being it's an AFC East opponent. and the Monday night game. You got two AFC East teams beating up on each other. That will give us at least a good 2-week cushion if things work out. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, look, you got to also make a statement from last year because, you know, if you come out there and you fall flat against the Chargers, then that means that Mike McDaniel wasn't able to make one single adjustment from last year to this year in all that time. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And see, I don't want people to hear what they want to hear. CB83, offense will score. That's a given. We need the defense to get stops and get off the field. That's how we win. And he's not wrong in that statement. I don't want CB83 to think that I'm disagreeing with him.
Right. Hard to disagree with that statement.
Right. The only pushback I would have, though, right, that's not the only way we can win games, i.e. the Chicago Bears last year, i.e. the Detroit Lion game, i.e. the Baltimore Raven game. No, if the defense is struggling, which, again, it's week one, new scheme, maybe some players, you know, get beat in the coverage here, there. If the Chargers are scoring, I don't want to come on the post-game show on this great network and come out and start making excuses.
Right.
I expect my $30 million receiver to show up. I expect Jalen Waddle to show up. And I expect my top 5 quarterback, which is supposed to be my franchise guy, to go in there and I'll beat him. If that's what it takes, like, again, there's no more excuses for me.
And I'll also be fair to CB83. It makes a great point. And I would just ask you to look at it this way, CB83. While most of the time that's a truism, what you said, it's usually right. But look at it this way: if the Chargers have a known high power offense, I mean, in other words, high output, they're known to be able to score a lot of points. Okay, so that's a given. So even if you have a good defense, you still have to expect their offense to have a good game and score some points. So if your defense is out there getting stops, your offense needs to reward them for that. Period. Or you're going to get cooked by the Chargers, whether your defense is getting stops or not.
I mean, hell, we've seen that colored last year against the Minnesota Vikings with a high-powered quarterback, Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson on the field. We got 11 3-and-outs, and we lost that game.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, listen, I'm not disagreeing with CB. I think his point is valid. But, again, for me, this is an offensive-minded football team, and whatever it takes to win the game, that's what Miami has to do. And I do believe, to Color's point, again, do I think the defense is going to be better this year? Absolutely. But there are going to be games like this. Color just said it. The Chargers are high-powered. They have a quarterback that can make throws, that can get behind maybe a defense. And it's not that there was bad defense. It's just the Chargers got good players. And
right, we all forget exactly. We forget that, you know, the 8 or so, or, you know, you boil it down to 6 or so teams that make it deep into the playoffs. They all have top defenses, and they all lose in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, these offenses are really, really high-powered to be able to win in the playoffs against good defenses the way they do.
And again, CB83
the Chargers
right
do,
here,
but, you know.
There's a lot of fucking money and draft capital on the defensive side. Them dudes got to play too. Again, no one is saying the defense don't have to play, but this is where I'll kind of, and hopefully I'm using the words in the right way. I'm going to try to steel man, right? To use Color's word, CB83.
Sure, because that's what we're trying to do here is be positive. So, yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
So this is where I'll still, like, okay, that's fine. But when Patrick Mahomes, let's say, or Josh Allen, or whatever other top 5 quarterbacks you think are in the league, top 10 quarterbacks, when shit is hitting the fan and everything's not perfect, they're expected to win those games. That's all I'm saying. If the defense, for whatever reason, gives up plays, if the Chargers get in the 20s or the low 30s, right? I expect Tua in this offense to match that production. I don't,
I
you know,
agree.
that's all me and Color are saying. I'm not saying that the defense is not important. I'm not saying the defense don't. Everything CB83 is saying is right. But again, this is for me. I'm only speaking for me. This is people always get in their feelings for what people say. I'm tired of doing that. I'm just going to start speaking for myself. When I look at this football team, and I think Ace of Spades was in the chat and he was saying it, we are a fast, kind of finesse football team. When I think of that, I think about offensive football teams and stuff. And this is just the way our team is built. We're offensive. We're an offensive football team. So again, hopefully the defense shows up. Hopefully the defense causes 4 turnovers and we hold the Chargers to 3 points. All I'm saying is if the Chargers get 31, I need 34. If the Chargers get 35, I need 38.
That's kind of what I'm thinking is I suspect they're going to score. Regardless if our defense is playing good and stopping them or not. When our defense does stop them, even if it's one time, the offense needs to score a touchdown.
1,000%. Exactly.
You know, so if we lose, 31-7, because the only stop we got was one stop, but our offense put a touchdown on the board, and that's why we lost 31-7 and not 31-0. Whose fault's that? I mean, you're not going to tell me that, like 31 points in a football, the defense would have had to stop them more than once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I really want to see red zone threats with scoring drives leading to Jason Sanders extra points. I mean, I like Jason Sanders, but I don't want to see a battle of field goal kickers. Like, that's not our MO. Like, we need to get in, score, not no more 3 and outs or 3 points. Like, I have to see what we have at quarterback once and for all.
No, Q. See, again, no one is expecting, at least for me, I don't know if before I got up here if anybody said that. I was listening. I don't think anybody said that. Q's saying, so why even have a defense if you're expecting Herbert to demolish them anyway? I don't expect him to demolish them. But again, if the over and under is 50, I doubt the bookkeeper, the bookmakers, whoever's making that, I doubt they see it. Now, Color, again, he could be right. I just don't think Miami's blowing out the Chargers, and I don't think the Chargers are blowing out Miami. So
in my monologue, to Q's credit, half credit, because he only heard the part where I said the Chargers would dust us.
Exactly.
No, I said both could happen, actually. I said it could be either way, but I didn't think necessarily it was going to be 25-25.
No, absolutely not.
Because I see our defense is better than theirs. So we would inherently hold them to less points. So if you're talking about 3 less points, then yeah, you could look at 27-24, but still either way, and still if our defense is way better than theirs, let's just say, then how is that 50.5 coming? More likely by way of 31 to or 35-7 instead of or whatever, then or 40-17 rather than 25-25. You see what I'm saying?
Do you think last year contributed?
Whether it's their team that does that or our team that does that is dependent on who puts the points on the board.
Do you think that point total, Color, is because of last year, what you said, we only averaged at least 24 as opposed to what we used to average?
Possibly. But again, to also add to the last point I made, if it's not the offense scoring, our defense could still be better than them, so we win 12-7. You see what I'm saying? Or we lose 20-12. I think our defense holding them to 20 points is still good.
If it's 12-7, hypothetically speaking, the defense played phenomenal. I mean,
do I think holding the Texans to 20 points is good? No. But the Chargers, yes. We should expect to score more than 20 points. We shouldn't be losing 20-12.
Exactly. Yeah. And that game has to be 20 or better.
And then blaming it on the defense because they gave up 20 points. No. That don't work that way.
Right.
It's been working that way too long, matter of fact. And I understand CB83, the reason he is that way is because he's right. We've spent the most money on that side of the ball, so fair enough. They should step up.
So is it safe to say the turnover, not drought, but like I believe we've had a turnover in almost every game.
Well, we
the
kind of
past
have
2
been
seasons.
tailing off on that, Cap. You know, as
That's what
far
I
as
mean.
we
We
haven't been
can't
as
go
good at it the
backwards.
past season or two. But
We cannot go backwards if we don't at least put some pressure in this guy's face. I mean, everybody talks about pressures. I want to see these pressures once and for all because I believe it's all about sacks. But if you give me pressures and at least the turnovers, then I'll have second thoughts.
well, you know, I'm really impressed that Lewis came out for Pom Pom night, bro.
Yeah. Listen, I'm
I'm
high.
kidding.
Listen. I'm high on this football team. I think I'm not going to give my prediction yet, but I have one team. Here's the tease. I have one team scoring 30 plus points, and that's the Miami Dolphins. But I do think it's going to be a close game. Again, I'm with Color. I think Color. That's why I didn't even jump in. Because am I going to get mad at the defense if the Chargers have 24 points? I am not. Week 1, learning a new scheme. If the Chargers have 24 or 27, but Miami again scores over 30 and we win the game, I'm not blaming the defense. I'm not. So it's an offensive minded league. The league wants to see the sports go up, right? All the rules that are in place now around the league is for the offense to succeed. Again, where Miami is going to be better this season, in my opinion, or where they need to get better. Everybody wants to focus again on the defense. I need that number from averaging 23 points something a game last year. I need that to be 27. And if they can do that, we're in business.
You know, a lot of people, you know, outside of our organization would look at our situation or the whole NFL and say, you got your top couple teams out there that score a lot of points, and they like to put us just on the outside of all those teams: Kansas City, Buffalo, maybe Cincinnati.
Exactly.
And they put us all right on the outside of that. You know why they do that? Because those teams are scoring 26 to 29 points a game. We're scoring 24. It just is what it is.
Period.
Until we start cashing in for all this mega yardage we're getting, it ain't doing nothing for us.
Period. I couldn't say it better myself.
This ain't soccer. You don't get no credit for running up and down the field all day and winning by 1. You know?
Ties don't count.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with, like, I try to say, like, you look at a guy like Chosen, why they haven't swooped in to bring him back so quickly, because the guy probably, I mean, look, he's been to how many different teams, and we just picked him up off the Jets trash heap, and y'all want to act like he's like going to be the savior at wide receiver 3. I don't even want him on the team. Never did.
Yeah.
I went along to get along, but whatever. I'm not screaming with, where's Chosen? Why isn't he back yet? Who cares? I'd have much rather grabbed Jalen Reagor.
Well, not only that, Craycraft deserves, some playing time from, he's shown that he's solid and he can be, relied on. I mean,
well, sure.
I think it's Easy E, gentlemen. I think Easy E.
That's another thought. Yeah. How do we get Easy E involved?
He's gonna get involved. That's another factor. He has to.
And you know what? I think he's a little bigger than I first thought, man. He actually stands pretty dang tall and big, dude.
Big.
For how fast he is, you know what I mean?
What I like about Easy E, he never goes down on the first contact.
Oh, yeah,
first contact's not taking him down. So,
Charles Clay-esque.
He's Charles Clay-esque, absolutely.
Hey, speaking of Crypto, welcome, Crypto. How did you like number 4 last night, bro, for University of Miami, bro? That wide receiver must have been 20 foot tall, man. His legs were probably 6 foot long there alone.
What up, Crypto?
Hey, what's going on? No, I didn't see him. I didn't get a chance to see
You didn't
anything
watch
on him.
any
What's
of the
how you
game
doing?
last night?
No, I missed it,
Oh,
man. I was
Man,
pretty
this
busy.
dude, last name is Young.
yeah, he's a
Yeah, I heard
monster.
about him.
Man,
I
this
heard he
dude's
was pretty
legs
big.
alone are like his torso's like a foot and a half. The rest of him is legs, and he's like
I heard.
6'5" or something. The
I heard they
dude
Yeah,
is a
rushed for
I
like.
ain't
beast.
I heard they rushed for like 200.
trying to see was he
Mhm.
close to being
Yeah, yeah.
what round is he projected to go in?
I don't know,
Man.
but look out for him being another. If he can, look,
Yeah,
he's still a young guy in college, so obviously, there's
see a
more.
sophomore or something, a junior.
He's raw, obviously, but dude, this
Yeah,
guy,
I might have to check.
size wise
Yeah, I might have
alone,
to
just
pay
looking at
attention.
him play last night, he could easily be a new Megatron or a new Julio Jones, man. This dude is
Speaking
huge.
of Julio Jones,
Man,
I
did
was
we
just watching a painful reminder of that debacle that the Falcons did against the Patriots. That Julio Jones catch on the sideline should have sealed that game.
All right,
it was
right.
a
Hey,
beautiful catch.
how
There was
tall
no
is,
way they
if
should have lost
anybody's
that
got
game
quick
after that.
access or quick knowledge, how tall is Debo Samuel? I don't imagine him to be super tall, even though he's got long legs. You know what I mean? But
Mm.
how tall
I
is
Yeah,
he?
think he's like
I would
6'2".
imagine like
Debo,
6 foot,
6'2".
6'1", something like
Right.
Yeah,
that.
That's what I kind of imagine. But same exact body type with the really long legs, but imagine 6'5", dude. That's this guy number 4 last night, man. This
Yeah,
dude
yeah,
is
he's a
huge,
big dude.
man.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
And runs just as good as Debo. That dude can
Shelby
be deadly in the NFL, man.
Shelby Jordan says he's 6'3".
6'3", wow. Still, I mean,
Mhm.
that's just like, God, this guy is amazing. He just took over the game last night.
Oh
Besides the
well.
running game, you know.
Oh no. Now they're saying he's 6 feet.
Who is?
Okay. He
Debo?
looks bigger than his height.
Yeah, then they're not putting who it is. They're just saying 6 feet. So I don't know if they're talking about the kid from UM or the kid or Devo.
Well, either
Hey,
case,
what's
the kid
up,
from
I thought
UM
everybody?
Debo was.
looks
I
tall
thought
on
he
the
was.
TV anyway.
How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going
Man,
on?
did anybody see,
Maybe,
and again, I
maybe
know
it's an
this is
illusion because he's out there with a bunch of college kids.
I
Maybe
want
it's
to see
just an
that.
illusion.
right. Yeah, I know this is the Dolphin
I've
show.
been
We'll get
I've been
right
lazy.
back to the Dolphins. But Ali, usually on his opening monologue, talks about some college football. Did anybody see Colorado today?
Oh man,
Wow.
20-point dogs, and they won the
I didn't
game.
see the game, but
No,
I sure did see the coach's press
510
conference.
yards. Was it 510 yards by the quarterback?
Listen, Shador Sanders was 37 for 48, 510, 4 touchdowns, no
510.
interceptions.
Wow, is
Yeah,
that
that
his
fourth
boy
quarter was
or just
crazy.
I tell you
a
what.
No,
coincidence?
that's his son.
That's his son.
Starting
Mm-hmm.
quarterback, 37 of
Wow.
48 for 510 yards, 4
Holy
touchdowns,
crap.
no interceptions.
He's on pace for 6,000 yards.
Hey, Lewis, what about the receiver, man? You've had 11 catches for 100 yards, and then he played defense. And then he played defense and had a pick.
He had 129 snaps today. Basically didn't come off the field.
Wow.
Damn, he went back to his high school days, didn't he?
Like I said, I didn't see the game, but I
like
sure
when you
did
playing
see
high
the
school football.
I sure did see the coach's press conference. That was hilarious.
First time, and they said in college football history that a team had 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 100-yard receivers.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey,
that's
Shake
more than the
Money?
Houston
Where's Shake
Cougars
Money?
with David Klinger. Damn.
So congratulations to all the Colorado fans who played fantasy today, because I'm sure they stacked their lineups with their entire team. Wow.
Hey, where's Shake Money, man?
Colorado fans broke all the fantasy
how his
slates
Gators
today.
did. How his Gators did.
He's taking a timeout. He has the Gator.
Man,
he's in Gator morning right now.
Just going back to the team in Colorado, right? So they win 1 game all of last season.
Yeah.
They end up playing their week 1 matchup against the TCU Horned Frogs, I believe, that just played Georgia in the national championship game.
Wait, the TCU what?
Horned Frogs. They the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, they're the
You're
Horned
fucking
Frogs.
kidding me. And we're worried about the Oh, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
And they played the TCU played for the national championship last year. So Deion Sanders walks in. They're ranked number 17. Deion Sanders takes a team that he had major he basically cut almost the whole team, brought in his players, his old new staff, and they won one game all of last year, and they're already sitting at 1-0, going and beating a top 25 team that played for the national championship. Wow.
Lewis, how many times do you see Las Vegas have a 20-point dog win a game?
Man, it goes to show you a lot of people were downplaying Deion Sanders, right?
They were.
He went to Jackson State. It's a HBCU. It's not, it's not the top echelon in coaching. What is he going to do in a Power 5 conference?
Yeah, they was trashing him.
Again, I'm not saying they should be playing for national championships. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for a week one to come out and look and do what they did, it was impressive. Just watching it, I mean, you got it. Hey, I'm not a Colorado fan, but hey, shout out to the Buffalo because he had their boys ready to play today. He had his guys ready to play.
That was disgusting.
Give Deion, let him put 6, 7, 8 wins on the board this year. Let him get in that playoff tournament or conversation next year. You're gonna start seeing these big again. Could a team like Florida State, could a team in the SEC come calling Deion? Like hell, for the sake of argument, could an NFL team call Deion Sanders?
Oh yeah,
he says he will not coach pro. He wants to stay at college because I will never coach pro.
You know how that is. They always say that.
I could see that. I mean, Todd, I could see that. I do think as of right now, he's a better way. I mean, he's built for college.
Well, no. You know look who he was coached by in college. Bobby Bowden was always a college coach.
And I get it. But Bobby Bowden also coached in an era where the money is not what it is now. And to Crypto's point, if one of these billion-dollar owners in the NFL come calling and they make him a $20 million a year head coach, I can't see him passing that up neither.
Yeah,
I don't know what
that would be too lucrative.
He was real deliberate about saying he never wanted to coach pro. He wants to coach kids. He wants to help kids.
Yeah, well, all I know, I remember a head coach telling me he wasn't going to coach Alabama, and then he was on the next Jedi out of Miami to Alabama. So I'm just saying things change.
Money talk.
Yeah, and Lewis, which teams in this league have precisely the type of owner that likes to spend their billions that way? We could say the guy from Jacksonville, Khan or whatever his name is. He's one of those world billionaires, right? How about the guy whose sponsor for his stadium is Mercedes-Benz, where Neon Deion started his epic career in the NFL. Hot
1,000%. I'll give you another one. How about an owner that made a trade for him and paid him what he wanted to get him out of San Francisco after winning the Super Bowl? How about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry Jones would definitely spend a lot of money on him. You ain't never lied.
That would make way more money than Atlanta. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Guys, you all ready for the long week before the game? Because you know it ain't going to go by quick.
No, it probably will. Labor Day.
Trust me, Todd.
It'll go by quick because
I'll make sure of it. I'll keep myself so busy with shows this week. It'll fly right by, man.
I've got to find out when Jacksonville.
Dude, you realize next week is already the playoffs, right?
Hey, I gotta find out when Jacksonville plays.
Yeah.
No, like seriously, we're all going to be having a show like this. Like it's going to feel like tomorrow already that we're going to be like, man, it's already the end of the season. Shit.
We had football. We had football on Thursday night. We got Detroit visiting Kansas City on Thursday night.
Yeah, I got to find out when Jacksonville plays. They play at 1 o'clock. Most likely the Dolphin game will be on at 4:25 up here.
Yeah, the Dolphins play at 4:25.
Yeah, I'm hoping Jacksonville plays at 1 because it seems like they always match schedules, and I get stuck with Jacksonville on TV, and I'm like, oh no.
No, Jacksonville plays Indianapolis. It's either Indy
It's
or
a
Houston at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a
Thank
divisional game.
you.
A lot of divisional games this weekend.
Thank you. I'm happy with that. Then hopefully my game will be on at 4:25.
You think Dion redeemed himself, Lewis?
I don't know where he. Why would he have to?
Dion didn't do a damn thing wrong to have to redeem himself.
Yeah, I mean, why would he have to
that's what I'm
himself?
saying. But in the eyes of the media, they thinking he redeemed himself. I'm not saying that's what he is. He did anything wrong.
You got to think about this. Dion left. Dion left, and you heard the warning he gave, and look what Ed Reed did with Bethune-Cookman.
What?
You didn't see that?
Yeah.
Dude, he trashed the program. He said the program, he goes, no wonder Dion left. They couldn't even afford to pay him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not blaming Dion for what he did. But the media is going to look like it. You know how they is. They like to paint the picture of him coming back and all this other stuff.
You didn't see the clip of the press conference, bro?
Oh, he was letting them have it.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
You know, if we could pull that up, maybe. I'm gonna get when I get back.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
I can pull it up.
I didn't see his press conference.
Oh, he was laying into him. There was a reporter that asked him something. He was like, "Why should I answer your question? You never believed in us anyway. You never believed in me in the foot." Woo! He was on they.
He's like, I read through all that bull joke you wrote. He's like, I read through all of it.
You didn't tell me he was giving them a Bill Parcells treatment?
Oh, yeah, he took it to the press today, bro.
That's what Bill Parcells
I didn't even see the game. That's all I saw was the press conference.
That's the Parcells treatment. That's the type of shit Parcells do in press conference.
Listen, it was, bro, the game was, I believe it was 45-42, I think, or something to that effect. And it was, bro, it was the best game of the week so far.
Dude,
at least of the weekend, for sure.
Hey, did you see that pick, though, by Travis Hunter, man?
Well, he disguised it well. He looked like he was going to go in the inside, and then the quarterback looked like he was going to have that guy wide open in the flat. And just the recognition from Travis Hunter to bounce it from inside back to outside and make a play on the ball. I mean, the kid, bro, 129 snaps. They said in Texas, where the game was played today, they said that the heat index was hitting 105 on the field. And this kid played 129 plays. And after the game, they interviewed him right on the field. And I forgot, it was Jenny Tapp, I think. She's the Fox analyst. She was doing the interview. And she asked him, how do you feel? And he said, oh, I'm not tired. Or she asked him, are you tired? How do you feel? Something to that effect. And he said, I'm not tired at all. I'm ready to go back out and play right now. So that should tell you everything you need to know about that kid. He just played, bro, both ways. Iron Man football the whole game. Interception on defense, 11 catches for, I think, $1.07 or $1.11. And really, bro, there was a throw that Deion Sanders' son made, I think it was first quarter, maybe early second. It was like a 60-yard strike that hit Travis Hunter right in the hands. And he did drop that one, but hey, I mean, it is what it is. But even with all that, 11 for $1 something.
Can you see future first round pick right there?
Listen,
I mean, keep it up at that pace, he will be.
Yeah, for sure.
At that pace, he will be.
I don't know. I think he's going into his second season, so he wouldn't be able to come out this year anyway.
No.
But I could see if he puts another maybe 2 or 3 games in the season like the one he had today, I could see definitely Heisman Trophy winner. That's for damn sure.
You know what it tells me, Lewis?
What's that, Colin?
The kid really loves football.
But you know...
Hold on, Todd. Okay. To be able to do something like that, you know what I mean? Reminds me of when, and maybe, I don't know if y'all have ever felt this way, but reminds me of when I was younger, those days when you're playing, even if you're talking about backyard football, where you're playing with your friends all day long, and the sun goes down, and you just love the game so much that you don't even feel like, you just feel like you can play on into the night. You know what I mean? Like you ain't spent no energy all day and it's been brutal hot, you know? But for some reason, you just like still want to keep going, man. Like eating a bag of Lay's potato chips, you know what I mean? Because you have such a passion for being out there playing that game.
Man, hey, you saw Marino? I mean, Marino was eating potato chips talking about he wanted to unretire.
Yeah, he'll be back next week. He'll be back next week.
Color, when you get a little time, it's on YouTube. I think it's like a 28-minute video. It's basically the clips of the game, the highlights of the game. Go back and watch that 28 minutes. It'll be the best 28 to 30 minutes you've ever watched on a bro. It was just today's game again. It was great.
Y'all
if you love football, if you love football at the highest level, go back and watch that game today.
Stay quiet now, baby.
Y'all remember the story about Travis Hunter, right? He was the number one player in the high school. He was supposed to go to Florida State, and Deion stole him from his alma mater.
Yeah, went to Jackson State. Well, you heard Deion. You heard Deion at the press conference. They brought up Florida State to him, and Deion Sanders said that he didn't graduate from Florida State. He's not an alum from there. He graduated from an HBCU.
Florida State are
what was it? Tennessee, Tallahassee, or something? Tallahassee State.
Deion Sanders is not claiming Florida State. And that's a direct quote from him himself. He said it in the press conference because they even brought it up.
So did he finish his studies at another school or something? Basically,
yeah.
After he got drafted.
Yeah, that could have been it. Yeah. Well, you finish your program at another school, would be officially from that program.
Yeah, his words were, "I didn't graduate from Florida State. I don't claim Florida State. I'm an alum from an HBCU."
Okay. Yeah, because all you have to do is finish up your undergrad at another place, and you know that's what you get.
That is a hell of a way to start college football season, though, with that game right there.
Yeah, let's start off with a bang.
I heard somebody else put up an 80 burger today.
Yeah, Oregon, quack quack, duck duck.
Wow,
the Oregon Ducks did. Damn, they went back to the old school Ducks with what's his name, that high tempo offense. He came
Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly. Yeah,
I think Oklahoma won 70-0 over Arkansas.
Grown man cry today, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Chip Kelly.
So on the injury note, though, one last thing about football before we get it back to Dolphins talk. On the injury note, there was a little scare in Ohio today with Marvin Harrison going down for a minute, but I do hear he was able to return to the game and continue. So,
yeah,
good for him.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he was on the sideline.
So what were y'all talking about Dolphins before we came in?
How are we going to win this game? Not why we're going to lose, how and why we're going to win it. Give us the keys to the game. Offense, or what do you think, Todd? Do you think, for the newcomers to the panel, what do you think? And the poll also, if you want to check out the poll, everybody make sure you're answering the poll. We got 88 of you in here right now. Appreciate every one of you making sure you hit the like and share button. We're at the hour and a half mark or so. Appreciate every one of you that are here this late with us on a Saturday. Looks like a lot of the games just ended because viewership ramped up really quick. Everybody's still watching college ball.
Some of the West Coast games.
Yep, exactly. A little UCLA, a little USC action. I don't know who they're playing tonight, but
let's go Coastal.
Right. But the question of the night is, what is your opinion on the main key to the game? Do you rest the key to the game winning against the Chargers on the offense or the defense? We'll start with you, Todd.
I would say the offense and the run game.
Okay.
I think we got to see him stay with the run.
Okay. How about you, Crypto? Offense or defense? Key to the game.
If I was only choosing them two,
that's what you're only choosing.
Because I would say none of the above. If I was choosing, you're
gonna be like balance, complementary is the third choice. I didn't add it this time. It's offense or defense.
No, it's not even that. It's discipline and intangibles.
Okay.
Crypto is throwing a monkey wrench into something, man.
Y'all should be used to that.
Well, that's why his name's Crypto. He can't just come out with straight answers. It's got to be encrypted. You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying.
Some hieroglyphic code or something. You know what I mean?
To go with those two choices,
okay.
I would say offense.
Well, right, and that's the question because you actually gave a good answer, but which side of the ball needs to do that better, the offense or the defense?
The offense would have to do that much better.
Oh, okay, because see, that's what the real question is. That's what the real question is, Crypto, is the fundamentals question of, in this particular game, and who we're facing and how we're built, which side of the ball is more a key to the game? The offense making sure they score points, or the defense making sure they hold down the Chargers?
Yeah, I would lean towards the offense, especially in the game one of the season, coming out of the gate.
Right. How about you, Greg? I know you're just going to be like, fuck the Seminoles or some shit, but go ahead.
It's gonna be the defense.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I just feel like
because that's actually not the popular opinion up here, but but there are some in the chat that say the defense and have been debating us on it.
If this game gets to a shootout, I don't like our chances knowing the Chargers defense and what they did to our offense. I think our defense needs to come up with big stops, maybe a turnover here and there, field position game to keep. I don't want this game to be a shootout. I think it's going to be a shootout, but I like. In the coming weeks, I could switch to offense. Right now, I think it's defense. But
in the coming weeks, there's only 7 days left, man.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about. After that,
you need to.
Man, 2 more weeks, man. I'll be up there.
We got one more
late, man.
We got one more late night exhale before the game, bro. Next Saturday night. So make sure you've decided by then.
Oh yeah.
And Color made a good point earlier, right? Because and the people in the chat and now Greg said the same thing, and I think even Cap for Life said it too. Turnovers, I would agree, right? But again, as soon as that turnover happens, it goes right back to the offense because I don't give a damn if Miami gets 2 turnovers, but off those 2 turnovers we only get 3 points. That's a failure in my opinion. If you get that turnover, the offense needs to come aboard with this.
Stops and turnovers.
Right.
Unless we get outright blown out, stops and turnovers are going to come. We need to reward those stops and turnovers.
Yeah.
And they need to be rewarded.
You get 2 turnovers, that needs to turn into either 10 to 14 points. You see what I'm saying?
No less than 10.
That's what it is.
Right. No,
it can't just be a stop and a turnover, but Miami's offense don't do nothing with it.
No more 3-and-outs.
Don't matter.
No more 3-and-outs.
Lewis, the reason I said the run game, you got to slow down the pass rush, number one. Plus, you got to make their linebackers guess. Are they going to be able to play deep like they did?
You have to pull up their defense.
You got to pull them up into the box.
Or if you don't, you need to be able to run down their throat and pay for it.
Exactly.
But I see. For me, I'm not getting in.
We can't be getting stood up. Our run game cannot be getting stood up by 4 guys. That's just all there is to it.
I listen. I agree with all that, but I don't want to start off with this run mentality. We're not built like that.
I agree.
If the Chargers are scoring, Miami needs to keep. I can't be down 14-3.
I agree, Lewis. But in a West Coast, here's the thing: in a West Coast sense,
you can't do that, Lewis. That's disaster.
And I agree, Lewis. In a West Coast sense, if we come out first down, play action, quick out, first down, a second down, play action, strike down the middle, third down and 1.
You can run it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but hold on. But it's going to be in the form of, okay, if their defense falls back to stop what we were doing, then we can run the draw. But that draw cannot be stood up by 4 guys.
I agree.
But Lewis, how many times did we complain?
That means the offensive line is having a terrible day if that's
exactly.
How many times did we complain last year when we're averaging 5 yards a carry and all of a sudden the second half they never run the ball again?
Again, but that's
or
not
if
our
they
strength
running
of
the
our
ball,
football team.
they're just Todd. They're getting stopped, and McDaniel loses confidence right away.
That's not the strength of our football team anyway. Our football team is through our quarterback and our 2 outside weapons.
Yep,
that's our strength. So
and our running backs' pass catching ability.
Right.
Yes.
So what I'm saying,
whatever it may be,
Miami needs to be the kind of team that is winning a 24-14 game late in the third, early in the fourth, and that's when you lean on Chris Brooks. That's when you bring in A-Chain,
that's
Ahmed,
when you do it.
Mostert. But it can't be, it's run.
You're leaning on that, and it's a very, very close game.
You're just
no. We are not built as a run-first offense. That's just all there is to it.
I agree with that, but
it can't be that.
I agree, but at the same time, we can't let them take away our strength by dropping everybody back into coverage.
You're right, Tom.
No, they're not doing that.
That's what the West Coast is designed to get them to do, and you have to be able to follow that up with the run.
Yeah, because last year they dropped
screen on the outside.
Last year they
take it up the sideline, a dump off on the flat.
Right. The only one that did that though, Todd. See, again, listen, this is a positive show. I'm being positive. But I'm tired of these damn excuses. Last year we didn't get beat. The games we got lost because they were dropping people back in coverage. Because the 49ers did that, and we had people wondering wide open, and Tua just couldn't hit my F-150 if I parked it at the 50-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Chargers
let's be
did
honest.
That too. Chargers did it too.
So one game out of 16 other games, what happened?
Okay. So we got hold on real quick, Lewis, just to make sure we're all on the same page and segueing properly. We've all answered on and it sounds like up on this panel, except for Greg. Nobody cares about Greg anyway. Just kidding, Greg. But other than Greg, it seems like we have a consensus that the offense is the key. Now we've transitioned to what part of the offense is the key. So continue, Lewis. I just wanted to make sure that we're all in agreement that we can transition into a different nuance of the discussion. You know what I mean?
All right.
So we put to bed whether it's offense or defense. Now we're moving into on the offensive side of the ball, which is more key. Go ahead, Lewis.
Well,
by the way, Todd said run mainly, and Lewis is differing a little. So finish up.
Efficiently running, not blindly running. That's the difference.
Yeah, I would say efficiently running. And to Color's point, if you throw a 6-yard slant and in 2nd and 4 and you want to run the ball, that's fine. It just can't be, again, when we hear balance, I think we need to be a balanced football team, but that balance still comes at a 55-45 split. That it still comes at a 60-40. We are a pass-first football team. We're not built, again, we don't have the hogs up front. We definitely don't have the running backs besides Chris Brooks. And if you're telling me we're leaning on a UDFA rookie running back, like, okay, that's where I'm going to push back. We're not built where Derrick Henry. We don't have Josh Allen back there. Like, let's be honest. The offense is going to succeed if the guys up front give Tua a clean pocket. And Tua is doing Tua things. If Tua is being efficient and we look up and Tua's 22 for 28 for 260, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, that's how we win. It's not going to be hand off the ball 30, 35 times a game. We're rushing for 150 yards. That's not Miami is not built like that.
I'm not disagreeing with you on the split, but I was sick of seeing games where we ran the ball. There was games where we actually ran it like 12, 15 times, and that can't happen.
No,
what
I'm
happens if you're running 12, 15 times and you're getting 150 yards? And scoring 3 touchdowns on the run. You can run a low percentage of time, but you got to score and make do out of them.
Well, Todd, and see, Todd, again, I could be wrong, but I thought when we crunched out the numbers, I think as a team, I think Miami averaged like 22 carries a game last year? So this narrative that we're going to be this running football team, that we're, oh my God, we're going to run the ball. Bro,
No, I still think it's at least 65% pass, man.
Absolutely, bro. If we ran the ball, if our average,
it's
if
just
that's
we got
where
to
we
score
finished
touchdowns when we
with
run it.
22 runs a game last year, what does everybody think? We're going to be a 32 carrier team?
See, Craig got mad at me and left, bro. I told him I was just kidding, bro. He left, bro.
No, he had to go watch the Celtics pregame or something.
Miami's not going to average. Miami's not going to average 30 to 35 carries a game. Miami, if that number goes from 22 to 25, there you go. And I don't even think it's going to be that high.
It's going to be situational. I think we're going to end up averaging 18 to 20, but we're going to have games where we only run 15 and games where we run 28. It just depends on the situation.
Right. You know? Right. And once we
have to have backs that we have to have a backfield that can demonstrate it can do it, though, to Todd's point. You know what I mean? Maybe the percentage might be even 70-30 pass, but we still have to be able to demonstrate that we can do it.
It makes the play action fake so much more believable.
Well, I think a lot of the things that
I think the defensive coordinators will decide whether or not your play action is believable.
On the 3rd and 2s and 3rd and 3s where everybody thinks we're going to be running the ball, I think that's why, again, look at 2 days ago. What was the signing 2 days ago or yesterday? Alex Ingold to a 3-year extension. You draft Devin A-Chain in the 3rd round. That running that everybody thinks, I think is going to be, remember how Justin Herbert, how that LA Charger offense ran through last year? A bunch of dump offs to the running back. I think that's going to be an extension of the run game. Everybody thinks we're going to be.
Yeah, it was a lot of dump offs.
By the way,
and that's how
I think it's going to be.
Will get 20 touchdowns.
Right, I think it's going to be short passes and stuff like that. That's
right.
You do it that way.
Supplement the run, of course. This is fundamental West Coast. It's short passing to supplement the run. Real quick though, just so we can cap off the last segment with the poll results. 88 votes cast. Thank you for all 88 of you who voted. 62% said the key is the offense. 37 said defense. So we are on the right track with our discussion as far as what part of the offense goes.
Hey, Lewis, let me ask you a question. Though.
You sure the voting wasn't rigged, color?
It had to be rigged.
If we would have gotten, if we would have gotten Jonathan Taylor, how many times would we be running the ball?
Maybe 22 to 25 times a game, just like we would now.
You don't think he'd be demanding the ball more?
Well, no, I think that it might increase a little bit just for the respect that if you go with what's working, and if he's working, we're going to give it to him until it ain't working.
No,
but what I'm saying is, look what the Dolphins
did the same amount of carries. He just would be scoring more. He would cash them in for touchdowns. He would get the same amount of touches.
The Dolphins have done all offseason, looking for a guy who can carry the ball a lot more than what we.
Somebody could hit pay dirt.
No, crypto. See, this is where Todd, in my opinion, this is where you're wrong. Miami, when they got Jonathan Taylor would more than likely is the one that's getting 20 to 22 to 25 touches a game. That means Raheem Mostert would be in the backup role. That doesn't mean the carries are going to go up. That just means like Miami averages, let's say 25 carries a game this season, right? Let's say Mostert gets 16, Jeff Wilson gets 7 or 8, Ahmed gets 3. Right.
The difference would be Jonathan Taylor would be getting the lion's share instead of sharing them.
Exactly. It would be the same amount of
like
carries.
I said earlier,
Jonathan Carey just getting more of the carries.
Plus, like I said earlier,
if he's getting of the carries, right?
Like I said earlier, if he's getting 23 a game, there may be a game where he's getting 30 and a game where he's getting 15. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But he would have the ability to do that as a single back. None of our backs can run 30 times in a single game on any given game.
Right.
That I'm aware of.
Damn
maybe
sure
I'm wrong.
no.
He might have done. Maybe they did it
most
once.
Most ain't doing it. He's going to break down. That's why McDaniel didn't run him a lot, because Mostert has a tendency to break down.
And again, here's the other part, Todd. We went after all these running backs, but we didn't get them. And I wonder what the key is to why we didn't get them. Because we don't plan on using them as bell cows, so we can't pay them as such. And that's why they're turning down the money, and we can't land them.
Good point.
Yeah.
The money wasn't an issue with Jonathan Taylor, from what.
No, but it was with all the rest of them. My point is, when we talk about us lowballing Dalvin, we're not lowballing him. We offered as much as we're willing to pay a running back for how much we're going to use them.
Exactly.
If we're paying the other guys $2 and $3 million,
use them.
if we're paying the other guys $2 and $3 million, and we're willing to give Dalvin $5, that tells you we respect Dalvin more. That's not a lowball offer. It is to him because we don't plan on using him the way the Jets are going to use him.
Exactly.
No, I don't know how the Jets are going to use him if they're
he's injured anyway. So
Well, they'll use him a lot more earlier, but it'll probably get lower as the season goes on.
When I say the Jets will use him, the Jets aren't running a West Coast, so I mean, maybe they are.
I think Dalvin screwed up because once his rushing numbers go down later on, when their other guy comes back, people are not going to give him that big contract. He's only on a 1-year deal.
He wasn't going to get that anyway. He was
28 he wasn't getting that anyway.
He wasn't getting that anyway.
He's
done. Just the one
He'll
and
never
done.
get more than he just got, bro.
Yeah, he's topped out at that $8 million.
Even if he came to Miami for 1 year, it's not like Miami was going to give him a big deal next year or anybody else, bro. He's 28. The shelf life I'm running. That's what made Jonathan Taylor so intriguing to the Miami Dolphins. He's 24.
He's 4 years younger.
4 age younger. Like what? Like that's the difference.
Dude, what a young trio that would have been. Waddle, Tua, and Jonathan Taylor. God.
Which it could have been from day one since the draft.
Well, still could be. I mean, it's not like. I mean, if Tua doesn't end up going anywhere and Waddle ain't going anywhere, obviously, then that could still be a future trio if the cards are played right. But I just don't understand how Chris Greer would ever.
But you don't want to
understand how Chris Greer would ever pick up that guy's phone ever again. To be honest with you.
Hey, that reminds me of the old Dalvin.
You don't want it to be a Dalvin Cook situation.
Irvin and Emmett. That's what that reminds me of.
Hey, I just want to welcome Rashad. He's the newest guy to the panel. Rashad thinks that the Michigan quarterback should be the new quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. That's what I heard Rashad say today. Just saying.
Oh yeah, they got a quarterback coming in now.
Well, piss on you, Rashad.
Yeah.
That's cap.
Oh, now that's cap. Now that's cap, Rashad.
That's cap.
Hey,
what I did say was, if Tua gets hurt again, I know who we bringing in next year.
What is it with these ifs, man? If Tua wins the Super Bowl, then Dan Marino's trash. So what? I mean, what does that mean?
Hey, Lewis, what about Sanders' future down here?
He won't last till pick 32 or wherever
he was.
By the way, I want to drive the final nail in that coffin. It was good to see some of the, not just old guys, but some of the more people with more heads on their shoulders on Twitter today come out and call out these young folk that want to sit here and trash Dan Marino all day with, based on some hypothetical that's a ridiculous hypothetical in the first place because the guy hasn't even played a single damn playoff game.
Whoa. People trashing Marino?
Oh, yeah, bro. It's disgusting.
Yeah, big time.
But first of all, I want to say, by this time in Dan Marino's career, okay, he wasn't learning how to fall properly. Okay, so let's get that first off out the bat, right? Okay,
right.
Y'all, they push you into going here, okay? But the point is that even if Tua won 2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls, it don't matter. He will never be as good as Dan Marino. Period.
I tried to stop that before it happened, and someone told me, no, that's not what we're talking about, and we went right down that rabbit hole.
They did anyway, exactly.
They did anyway, Rashad. They were saying it.
I want to clear up what I'm saying. I want to clarify what I'm saying. You have every right. If Tua wins a Super Bowl, you have every right to call him your favorite quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm not disparaging anybody for that, especially if you never watched Dan Marino play. I could not disparage you if you said Tua was your favorite quarterback for him winning a Super Bowl. But to sit there and start trashing Dan Marino and start asking questions like, oh, he never won a game. He never blah, blah, blah. Oh, and this guy, Dan Fouts, somebody brought up as can throw the ball as good as Dan Marino. That's what I heard. Dan Fouts.
Hey, listen,
Some kid that's never even seen Dan Marino play wants to bring up
to
Dan
all the
Fouts.
youngsters, the youngsters out there,
that's ridiculous.
The only reason Dan Marino did not win a ring is Tua never gave him a defense.
No,
it was shootout.
What
No
messed
matter
me
what,
up
it
in
was
the
a shootout.
argument is the
No.
person
Dan Marino
fighting
never
for
won a
Tua.
Super Bowl because it was virtually impossible to win a Super Bowl in that paradigm. Why do you think the teams that did went to 4 Super Bowls in a row or went to a Super Bowl every other year? It was the same 4 teams.
Yeah.
And Buffalo got beat by all of them. And Buffalo got their ass whooped by all of them.
By every single one of them.
But guess who was the one getting their ass whooped by all of them? Buffalo, not us.
Right.
The one person in Tua's corner was saying,
not the Bengals.
The team.
Although the Bengals got it handed to them a couple times.
The team. And we were trying to explain, well, I was trying to explain, I don't know why nobody else did. Tua has the better team. It was like he had Mark Clayton and Duper. That's not Tyreek Hill and Jalen.
Neither one are in the Hall of Fame. See, they forget.
Like, what
dude,
are
everybody assumes assumes because of the way we feel about the Clayton, about the Marx brothers. Neither one of them are in the Hall of Fame.
And then he tried to say,
anybody.
Then he tried to say like Tua is the reason why Tyreek and Waddle are going to be Hall of Famers.
Oh, really?
Like,
First of all, Waddle is not going to be a Hall of Famer. I am not willing to say that. Wait a minute. Stop a second. There's one thing to say a player is going to be in the Hall of Fame because you think he's a Hall of Fame caliber player. I don't believe that about Waddle yet anyway. So when did we anoint Waddle as a future Hall of Famer all of a sudden?
He got some catching up to do. I'm going to say it that way.
Secondly, Tyreek Hill has already proven to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Exactly. Thank you.
It didn't matter what he did last year.
Tyreek is the most dangerous offensive player in the league.
Right.
And he's been that.
Tyreek could have took the next 2 years off, and the last 2 years off, he was still a Hall of Famer.
And thirdly, you already hit it on the head. They don't want to talk about, what the type of team that Tua has. Forget it. Give that team to Marino. Put Marino in a time machine and put him on this team right now. And you tell me with a straight face that Tua is better than Dan Marino.
Who thinks Marino would have 70 touchdowns?
Well, they need their head examined if they're going to do that color.
But they refuse to do that. They just ignore it. I stick my head in the sand like an ostrich. You might as well go root for a team whose mascot is the ostriches. That's what y'all need to do.
Hey, Color, people don't understand. All Marino would do is go back, throw deep on every play with these receivers.
It'd be like a playground to him. Todd, that ain't nothing. That would be a playground.
Every single play would be all nines with one crosser. Every single play would be that.
And he'll dare you to stop him.
These new rules, Marino would be drooling before the game. Can't wait to get out there.
Yeah, with these new rules, man. I'm telling
you. If we don't want to do that, if we want to stick our head in the sands and not imagine what it'd be like with Dan Marino on this team, how about we put Tua on Dan Marino's best team? See how he fares.
You got to think about this. Right. Marino's receivers were getting mugged 20 yards downfield.
The man can't even stay on the field in this paradigm. And you want to talk about putting him in Dan Marino's paradigm? Miss me with that bullshit.
Talk about it.
I don't even know why they even go down that road.
Talk about no, because that's real. Let me see this man play a full season before.
Fourth season, he hasn't even completed one full season. You know what Dan Marino was doing by this time of his career?
Super Bowl, he's the greatest. He's the GOAT. Because that's the
argument. Rashad, what was Dan Marino doing by this time in his career?
He already lost the Super Bowl, and he had
I refuse to pay.
Right, he had already lost one Super Bowl, been to an AFC title game,
and broke every record, and broke every passing record in the book.
Yeah, he had 48 touchdowns.
Some of which 5,000 yards. Some of which still stand to this day, and some of which weren't broken until Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hell, the yardage and touchdown record was broken to 30 years later.
No, but see, here's the thing. It all changed. All the records got broken the minute they started changing the rules.
The minute they added, don't forget that they added an entire another game to the season.
They added
These people think 4,000 yards. They don't realize that 4,000 yards for a quarterback is mediocre now. They don't realize that.
You ain't gotta kill him like that.
Right.
It is though.
It's impossible
It
back
is,
then.
Rashad. Look at the quarterbacks that threw for over 4,000 yards last year, and you'll see what I mean.
I was about to say yesterday, Tua hasn't even eclipsed 4,000 yards yet, and we're saying if he wins the Super Bowl, he's better than someone that's been crowned king. Just because you win one Super Bowl.
To me. It's amazing.
It will be another stratosphere if Marino would have just won that one.
But see,
Super Bowl
Rashad,
in
my
85
answer on Twitter today. My answer on Twitter today was just to say, look, this is what happens when you entertain ridiculous hypotheticals that have no basis for projecting in the first place. Why are we even projecting that Tua is going to win the Super Bowl?
Todd, how
the man hasn't even played a playoff game in 4 seasons.
Todd, how many quarterbacks beat the 85 Bears defense? How many quarterbacks that was ever created to beat the Bears defense?
There was only one.
Only one in the history of the world that beat the Bears defense that year.
Even if I were to project us winning the Super Bowl this year,
Chicago.
Even if I were to project us winning the Super Bowl this year, Tua still don't deserve to be the projected quarterback that wins it.
That was in Chicago.
We have 1,000 other options at quarterback to keep this train going if we're winning
Mark
this year.
Clayton sliding down.
Yep.
The first Super Bowl we got was we carried to the Super Bowl by our backup in the first Super Bowl we won. So don't tell me that I can't project us to win the Super Bowl while also projecting that Tua doesn't.
How the Patriots beat us in the playoffs, I don't know. But
David Woolley was Super Bowl. David Woolley on that 72 team would have been enough.
Well, if they all believe wholeheartedly in this team to carry a quarterback like Tua, then it can carry any quarterback. I'm sorry to tell you. I've said it from the beginning. I said it last year. I said it 2 years ago. It don't matter when I said it. It's still the same thing.
If you're going to give Fangio his props in creating an elite defense, he should be able to create enough defense to play Super Bowl caliber.
And yes, we had the capability to win with any quarterback last year until our anointed Hall of Fame wide receiver in his second year dropped 3 footballs in a playoff game. Oh, we want to stick our head in the sand on that too.
Imagine if our defense would have had a hell of a run. Imagine if Skyler would have made a run.
We want to complain that we got rid of Gesicki, who dropped the ball right in his hands across the middle. Rashad, could have also won us that game.
Rashad, imagine if if Skyler would have had the same run as Nick Foles did last year. What would this conversation be like? You think those same people would be sticking up for Skyler and saying he's better than Marino?
You know what's also interesting?
Skyler would have caught lightning in the bottle for 3 games in the playoffs.
Pretty sure the drive. I'm pretty sure the drive that Waddle dropped that first down right in his breadbasket. I mean, that Tyreek dropped the first down right in his breadbasket. I'm pretty sure that was the drive that we were forced to go deep on because of that. That Waddle followed up with dropping. Yeah, so I ain't absolving Tyreek either. Tyreek dropped a 15-yarder right in his freaking stomach.
His breadbasket, yeah. Tyreek did. He did drop one. It's just that the Waddle ones were so egregious it overshadowed Tyreek's.
Well, what I'm saying, Crypto, is if I remember correctly on that drive, the reason we went deep is because Tyreek dropped that first down. We were compelled to go deep after that.
Yeah. So nobody pays attention to Tyreek's because of Waddle's was just so game changing.
No, because they want to fault me for hating on Waddle. They want to say, well, you don't bring up this and that. Yes, I do. I brought up Gesicki's drop, and everybody wants to complain that we let Gesicki go. Good riddance. The hell do I need a tight end dropping a football in a playoff game for?
Yeah, that was a crucial drop with Gesicki.
I want excellence from my football team. And I get blamed for that because I don't like a certain player because I don't see excellence in them.
Yeah, he's got some working to do. He's got to catch more with his hands.
and run with the
Hall of
football after
Fame.
the catch.
Give me a break, man. We just got Zach Thomas in the Hall of Fame finally, and y'all want to put Waddle there already. Give me a flying
It's gonna be a
fucking
minute
break,
before
man.
Waddle gets there. I'll tell you that much. It's gonna be a minute before Waddle gets there. If it
Anyway,
takes Zach this long,
I don't want to get
while.
all negative and all that. That ain't this is about. We're supposed to be hyping up the game, man. What do you think, Rashad, man? How are we gonna whip their ass, bro?
I mean, I got the game coming down to coaching at this point. I think after we've seen both 53.
Well, he's going to almost intangibles like me.
No, dead ass. Like if you look at it on
that's
paper,
one of the intangibles.
We're doing on paper now. They have the better roster. Yeah. Let's not bullshit. Better running back. We have 2 better receivers. Their 3 and their 4 are smoking our 3 and our 4. Their tight end is a beast. Offensive line is like that. Their defensive line has.
They got a better center.
They have Bosa and they have fucking Khalil Mack.
Lindsey should be our center right now, Rashad. But I ain't gonna mention it.
He should be. They got Murray at linebacker. They have another linebacker. I forget.
They still got Derwin James. Is that his name?
Derwin James, J.C. Jackson.
James, yeah.
They have Asante Samuel Jr. and he's the nickel. They have another.
I forgot about him. When did they? I forgot that he was on their roster. So he was hurt. He didn't play against us last year.
No. He got hurt,
was he hurt?
Like right before he played us. J.C. Jackson was out for the whole season.
Yeah, he was down for the whole season. But I didn't know about Samuel. That's probably why I didn't know he was on the roster.
So they got healthy on their secondary too.
So their secondary is healthy now.
We got healthy, so that should even back out, I would suppose.
Everybody
we don't got Ramsey.
We lost Kohu. Well, Kohu's out for the season, ain't he?
No, hell no. What? What?
Didn't we lose him for the season?
Hell no.
No, I'm talking about Kader Kohu. Okay.
No, he's starting.
Which one of our other corners is out for the season?
That would be Crossan.
Kean Crossan. Okay. I know we lost another one for the season.
Now, SI has the projection 44% Miami Dolphins, 54 or 50, 56.
Quarter meter, 56, 54, 44.
We can't get out-coached again. They out-coached us last year. That's the only
Which is crazy. How do you get out-coached by Staley? He's an idiot.
He said, fuck the run. We're going to sit on pass all game.
We're going to sit on pass all day.
So based on your answer about coaching, Rashad, do you think how would you have answered in the poll? Do you think that the key is more offensive coaching or defensive coaching at this point?
It has. Ooh, damn, that's a hell of a poll question.
Well, the poll question was, what is more of a key to beating the Chargers, offense or defense? Was the question, but. Seems like your answer would have been right down the middle with coaching, like Crypto said, the intangibles. But which side of the ball needs to execute those intangibles? In your case, which side of the ball needs to have the coaching in place? You know what I mean?
I gotta go with the offense. I believe Fangio has the right mind to on 3rd and 17 to not back everybody up to the first down marker. I know he's not that dumb.
I like to put it like this because I said it like this. The Chargers are a high-powered offense, so they're going to score points. We're going to get stops. The key to the game would be rewarding our defense for those stops and keeping up and scoring.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. You know, because the fact of it is, if you believe in our defense and you believe in Fangio, then you can say, yeah, while they're going to score points, we should be able to limit them to the most that they have the ability to score. And our offense just simply needs to score more.
I'm here for that.
You know, so and that was the consensus was the offense in the poll. It was 62 to 37 offense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Now that we did transition into the subset of that discussion, which part of the offense do you think? Do you think we need to really I mean, obviously, a lot of us believe West Coast, we're going to be focusing pass heavy anyway. But what's the key to our offense scoring more points?
I'm gonna go with taking what the defense gives us. I seen it the first preseason game, some the second or third. I seen it the second preseason game. I seen it some of the third preseason game. They were taking off of defenders, just taking off. They're like, "Fuck it, we're out of here." I see a out route to Tyreek. I see an out route to Barrios. I see an out route to Chosen. They're bailing. Let them bail. Fuck, let them go.
Right.
What the fuck? you
Just
ain't
bail
gotta
with no
take
underneath
what they
stuff.
give us.
Yeah.
Exactly. Take what they give us. Fuck it.
Well, there was
Safety's not
one
coming
play that
down.
they exposed to the public in practice during camp, which is obviously a standard play. So it was one of those things that they're not really giving up any secrets by running it. But to me, it was like, there's a reason they're practicing it. Like, I guess it's probably standard, but the way that we kind of practiced it was like, okay, and emphasizing it. Look, if they're going to do what they did to us last year in the secondary, we're just simply going to send everybody deep with a single crosser. And if they want to play that game, I say just air it out until they stop that.
Right. That's an option.
Because in camp, at least the couple times I saw him run it, it leaves that crosser wide open half the time or in front of a safety or a linebacker. And you're talking about a guy like A-Chain coming across the middle to take that crosser. Eats up a lot of yardage. If, let's say, the defense is imposing their will on our wide receivers like that up front, just blast them. Put 5 wide, go all 9s with one crosser. They'll stop doing it. We didn't really see a lot of that last year. We started to see things like that against Buffalo in the playoff game. Had somebody caught the ball, it would have worked. That being said, man, we got a slow night on the panel tonight. Kind of good for me because I really didn't have much energy for a big time melee. But trying to keep it I don't want to be pom-pom waving and all that, but I did want to keep it to the positive side of how can we win this game and not why are we going to lose, Rashad. So that's kind of where we're trying to keep it tonight. This is supposed to be hype show, but we're still a week away, so we don't have a game tomorrow. But Ali likes to keep it all about hyping up for the game and making sure we're all on the right frame of mind to be crazy, nutty soccer player type fans when it comes to Sunday afternoon. I don't know if y'all knew this or not, but I've sat with Ali in the stands at the game, and this dude is hardcore, man. He comes off all mild mannered, but this dude is hardcore in the stands, man. Like soccer fan type hardcore.
Right.
Like, don't let him have any projectiles or anything like that. But so what do you got? You got a week out? You know what? It's at 2 hours. I only wanted to go just about the midnight anyway. We're over at about 15 minutes. God, I hate to shut it down with 90 of you watching. I know I'm going to make you all bored the rest of the night. But, man, it's all about conserving energy, for this season because we got a lot of talking going to happen this season. That's for sure. Once the helmets start cracking Thursday night. So what do you think, Rashad, on a week out kind of, we won't say prediction. Let's call it expectation of, maybe a point spread or a score or something. Keep in mind, expectation, not prediction, so this is what you expect out of your team, given that you expect them to execute, for the most part, because that's what we expect out of our team. Now, whether you believe they're going to do it and your prediction might be completely different than your expectation, but we'll go with expectations for tonight since it's so early out. How you doing, Miss Fins, by the way? Everybody welcome Miss Fins.
Miss Fins.
Hello, good evening. Well, welcome to the after hours on your very early morning time over here at.
Just so you know, the past two shows that we were past midnight with Miss Fins on the panel, things got really out of whack, really haywire. Just saying. So,
Listen, I have to come up here because you were speaking blasphemily, and I just
blasphemely?
yeah, whatever. I just made that word.
Blasphemingly?
Yeah, that whatever the word is, okay? Because I can't have you up here just spewing nonsense. And yes, I said nonsense about my guy. Okay? He missed one, and he had a defender on top of him. Thank you very much.
On top of him?
Yes, he did.
What?
Okay? But you want to get rid of him, but you don't want to get rid of Waddle, but he dropped 3 crucial passes.
I mean, I didn't say I wanted to get rid of Jaceki. I just saying I don't have any questions as to why we did.
I heard it, sir. Yes, I'm caping for my man because that's my man, and you guys already know it. So I just have to come here and clear the air, okay? That I can't speak ill will to my guy.
I hear there's a lot of basketball teams hiring for guys that can post up.
You know what? You're funny. You got yokes today. Oh yeah, I was talking to my mom about you. We chuckled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We talked about how intellectually advanced you are, which is always a good thing, and we always have some great conversations.
Well, don't tell Twitter that because they think I'm an idiot.
Well, they're not even here, so who cares? Like whatever. But y'all were talking about that. Now that we're gonna push past that, I just needed, to cape for my man. Now you guys are talking about the game, right? Are we doing predictions, or what are we doing?
Week early expectations, not necessarily predictions.
Oh, what we expected as a team?
Like, yeah, and it could be as basic as score. Like, just basically, yeah, you could, you know what, Miss Finn, since you just jumped up, sure. I started with the poll question. What is the key to beating the Chargers this week? Is the key more on offense or more on defense? That was the first question, and the poll results were 62 offense to 37 defense.
Oh yeah, I picked offense too, so I was
okay. So, you heard some of the counters by people in the chat, like CB83 and people like Greg, who picked the defense.
I literally just got hit, so
so what's your point of view on that? First of all, as to why you chose the offense, and secondly, what part of the offense, i.e., obviously, no matter what people say, we're going to be pass heavy in a West Coast
game. That's what you mean.
But besides that, like what needs to be solidified more and is more of a key, running or passing, despite whether you think we're passing more. It's not really about quantitatively, it's about qualitatively. Like, because we know with a West Coast system, we're going to pass more than we are going to run. But fundamentally key to the game, what's more important to that whole system working? Running the ball effectively or passing it effectively, I guess would be kind of where we're at on that.
Got it. Well, first of all, I want to say shout out to Mark Jones. Mark Jones? He said shout out to Miss Finn. So I gotta say shout out.
Oh, Mark Jones. Yeah, he's always in the. I think he's in your chat in the mornings usually.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say a good evening. I appreciate everybody else here. I hope you guys are having fun.
Yeah, we were dying, Miss Fins. I mean, let's face it, Crypto and Rashad and me, we we were dying here.
It's okay.
90 viewers was about to turn into 25 in 10 more minutes. You know what I mean?
Well, hopefully I can capture some of these viewers that are not already.
Rashad's like, speak for yourself, Color. Damn.
Oh, that was funny. You made me laugh. So, listen, as far as why I picked offense over defense, because this is the second year of the offense being implemented. We have pretty much the same players. minus maybe a one or two here that we picked up. Generally, this is the same offensive group. So I expect that with the year two, I want to see improvement from the offense. I want to see improvement in our QB being able to command the offense, make adjustments when needed, not just wait for a play or wait to make an adjustment if you see something pre or post snap, to be able to go ahead and make that adjustment so we can maximize every single play. I do expect our run game to be effective, run by committee. That's what we've been, and that's exactly what I expected our offense to be. And as far as the passing, to be honest with you, what I really am looking forward to is I want to see the development of Eric Azukama. To me, last year he didn't get a chance to get on.
Wow, you're the fourth person that said that tonight. Lewis started that. Was it Lewis or who said that? Crypto.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think Lewis said it.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely.
That's who I am expecting to see the most improvement on. I want to see his development. So that goes both to Wes Welker as the wide receivers coach, and also Matt McDaniel, and putting him in situations that he's going to be able to maximize. We know that he is really good at being in the offense and being a wide receiver, but we understand his youth as well. So I think that in-game experience is really going to help his development.
And based on what I'm sure you can attest to this, having went to camp yourself and watched all the preseason games. I mean, he's been running hard routes, just practicing hard, playing hard. It's no wonder he earned himself a slot on the team. But I think we're going to see that translate to the field this year, and maybe see some breakouts out of this guy.
Yeah, that's what I expect. He's the one player I'm expecting from this offense to really develop and show his development. So I'm really excited about that. As far as the O-line is concerned, I'm not worried about the O-line at all. I expect Tehran to play. I expect the O-line to work well with each other and complement each other. I understand that we don't really have depth, but I do want to see how can we improve upon last year, because last year again we made that jump of 10 spots. I don't see us making a 10 spot jump, but I do expect us to, not since we were at 22, to somehow be somewhere in the 15th range, at least.
Well, and Ms. Fins, I don't know if you have the numbers up handy or not, but and I'm speaking way loosely here, okay, because I've only heard it a couple times and I didn't actually confirm things myself and look at the exact spots. But from my understanding, we kind of got to the point last year where if you factor in the last few games of the season, we kind of jumped ourselves up into the top 10 rankings in offensive line, if I'm not mistaken. Which, when you go from historically bad, to ending the season last year 22nd, to jump 10 spots like that would have required you to improve, first of all. And it would have required you to improve drastically if, let's say, you were trending the same way and then had a few games where you had stellar performances, i.e., towards the end of the year. In other words, you wouldn't have jumped to 22nd had you not
been good.
Been good in an isolated section of that set of games, like let's say the last few games of the season where we ranked in the top 10. So the improvement is happening right before our eyes, and I think people are just so used to saying the offensive line is bad that we laugh when Chris Greer sits on his hands and holds pat and says no, and stands on his square and says no, we're perfectly fine with things, because I think that they're seeing that too, and I think it's really easy for people to just keep saying the offensive line is terrible.
No, and that's why I said this. I don't know if you remember, we spoke earlier this week, and I said it when I was up here, that it's a tandem between them and Tua. You also have to give Tua some credit as far as also working with his offensive line and really progressing every year. That's the one thing I can say consistently Tua has gotten better at every year. Is him being able to navigate that pocket. You tend to see quarterbacks develop that when you already start out with a bad
Right.
O-line, and he's progressed every single year to the point that you can literally say with confidence that 100% of the times that Tua got hurt last year was because he held on to the ball. That it was not on the O line for maybe a breakdown. Not to say that the D line from the opposing team wasn't good enough. They were, but our guys were able to make the adjustments. They were able to help out each other. They were able to close those gaps. Tua himself got himself injured because there's only so much an O line can hold, hold them up without actually committing a holding penalty. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, anybody that's continually chicken little on Tua's health because the offensive line is bad. Again, that's another one of those takes that's just easy to make because we're used to assuming that. When in reality, you're right. There was no injury caused by the offensive line per se last year.
And to go to G's point, because he says shaking my head, ignoring a problem doesn't make it go away. At the very center, we don't have a real center. Well, you know what?
Well,
Just
that's true.
push back on that. Even though technically Connor is not a real, traditional center, he was ranked fourth, top four. He actually was ranked fourth last year when it came to him being a center. Now he did have some whiffed.
Well, that's the thing, Miss Finn. See, that's the thing. It's the same argument with Waddle, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Here's a guy that's really up there in production, but it's like, dang, Waddle, just catch one of those balls. Same with Connor. You're doing great, buddy. Just because the Chargers will make us pay for a bad snap like that. Bet that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to just to further on that center point, even with him being a center, I mean, we still had phenomenal guard play, and that's what helped out as well.
Right. Right.
So you really have to put it as a whole and make them one unit versus just focus individually.
Well,
You don't
the
need
thing
to
of
have
it is,
tens. You don't need to have tens. Wait, let me finish real quick.
Sure.
Because I want to go and finish this O-line point.
Sure.
You don't have to have level 10 O-linemen to have a productive O-line.
Mm-hmm.
You can have, a couple guys that are 8s, maybe a 5, and then another 6 or 7.
Right.
But those other guys will be able to improve and will be able to mask that one guy that might be a 5 or a 6.
Right. And take for instance
at the end of the year. So
right. Take for instance that epic historic offensive line from the Cowboys that Emmitt Smith ran behind. Now, you're not going to tell me that Troy Aikman never got sacked. You're not going to tell me Emmitt Smith never got stood up in the hole. It happened. That offensive line is not perfect either. Emmitt Smith is a Hall of Fame running back. Any mistakes or problems that they had were masked by that. What that offensive line was Hall of Fame at was their continuity. The fact that that Jimmy Johnson put them together and left them together. And they battled through the low years when they first started out with Aikman. Aikman's first year, they were 1-15. I don't know if people remember that or not.
probably not.
And it's like, I don't know how many of those games he played, but as a rookie, but if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not Mandela here, they were 1-15 his rookie year. And so, I think there is a lot to be said that if we're improving and the numbers are showing that, we slide one guy like Isaiah Wynn in, we don't go out and do all these things. We already got the cornerstone in Tehran. Yeah, he misses some games, but you'd like to believe that his backup can be mentored by him enough to at least be solid for a game or two, which took time to culminate to get there. And again, you're talking about one more year in camp, one more year under a new head coach, new system, all of that. I'm not making an excuse for them. I'm saying as a reason why we could expect improvement. Not a reason why we sucked already. That's what an excuse is. I'm talking about why we could expect improvement. Remember what the show's about tonight is why we can win, not how we're going to lose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, real quick, to land real quick, Miss Fins, ultimately, the continuity is really king. I've been saying it from the beginning. When we talked about who's going to be center back when Dieter was still here, I kept saying, look, if I was the coach and I wanted to pick a center, or had a finite number of guys to choose from who have all snapped the ball to Tua, the person I'm going to find out who my center is Tua. There's nobody more important to a quarterback than his center, especially in a West Coast system.
Yeah, agreed. Which, by the way, a lot of people don't remember this, but there was a 1 point last year. This was probably the second or third game. No, not the second game. I think it was the third or fourth game where Tua didn't know the play, or I don't know what happened where Tua did not align his guys. And it was Gesicki who had to literally tell Waddle, you got to be on the other side. And he had to tell, I forgot who was the other receiver, a rookie receiver. He had to tell him, nope, you go on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gesicki had to actually go to his spot where the center, in this case Connor, snapped the ball almost hitting Gesicki. But the reason why is because Tua didn't even know that where his guys were supposed to be for that particular play.
Right.
So, just
exactly.
But at the end of the day,
Rashad or Crypto, you guys got anything to add to this discussion? I'm not trying to leave you out or nothing.
No, I'm just listening.
Right on. Just interject anytime, man.
Gotcha.
Trying
to close this store up.
Right on. So is that man?
So that's what I have and what I expect the
Sounds
offense
like he's
to
cooking something.
overall. This
What's
game,
that, Miss Vin?
offense. I'm going offense, and I have a lot of expectations for the offense. I will be doing an expectation show this week too.
Cool.
Probably Thursday because.
And also, guys, get over to Miss Fins and subscribe. How many are you? Did we knock a dent in it for you last night, Miss Fins?
We got from last night's shows. We got 3 new subscribers, so thank you guys.
Oh, cool.
I appreciate it. We're at
man. Lewis is going to be pretty upset with how many more you got left to go?
Doing math, 58 because it's.
Lewis is going to be pretty dang upset with the 58 of you didn't get over there and subscribe last night. He told you all. He warned you. He might come in and start throwing the foam around again. I don't know. He might have went to bed already. But, man, y'all need to get over there and subscribe with a quickness or Lewis is going to have some issues with y'all. Just saying.
I appreciate you guys.
And y'all know you don't want no issues with Lewis. I mean, But that being said, you can catch me over there with Miss Fins on Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. Well, we're going to go a little earlier than 8 this week.
This Wednesday, because we have the
draft. Yeah, because you have the draft show and all that, right? And so does the Fins tailgate the same night. I think Kahari might be doing his. What do you know, Crypto? What the time is for that for Wednesday night? 9:30 or 9 o'clock?
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
Okay,
9.
So
hoping it'll be 9:30 if they give me an extra 30 minutes. Yeah, because
well, you're certainly welcome to press me earlier on league wide too if you want to start your show earlier. You know what I mean? So either way. But that being said,
give an update real quick if you don't mind, Color.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got 2 more spots. Just 2 spots left in the league. So if anybody's interested in joining the Miss Fins League, it's going to be a $200 payout. It's $40 entry fee. It's going to be a lot of fun. We did it last year. I mean, the guys can tell you they really enjoyed it. So if anybody still wants to join, definitely let me know. You can tag me on Twitter or Instagram or email me at missfins@yahoo.com. And all you got to do is just screenshot that you're subscribed to the YouTube. And then once you do that, then cash out $40. And then I send you the link. You can go ahead and sign
2
in.
slots left. All right, 2 slots left. Crypto, do you know how many slots we got left on ours? I know the last report I heard was like 10, 2. But that was like 2 days ago.
It's down to 2. No, it's down to 2.
Down to 2. So TFTG's also got only 2 slots left for our fantasy league. But as far as League-Wide Wednesday
they might
goes,
be filled now.
Right, it could be. Maybe Capitan might be able to update on that if he's still up and listening. But he had a long day today. His boy had their first home game, I believe, today, and so he's been
I saw him in that Titans gear.
Yeah, and he's been on the football field all day with his kid and all that. So he may be in bed already, but I think either case, so League-Wide Wednesday now. Usually on League-Wide Wednesday, I'll join Ms. Fins and we'll talk about over on her channel, and we'll talk about we usually talk about our picks for all the games across the NFL, and then we'll do impact players at each position who we think is going to most impact their team and getting them to win.
Yeah, out of all the players. So like
out of the whole league.
All wide receivers in the league.
Right.
Who's going to be the most impactful for their
team. So we get a chance to take our Dolphin hat off a little bit and talk about other teams and what we think about them and all that. Besides that, I have also joined myself, Miss Finn's Pick'em
yes, the
contest.
League.
Right. And so I'll be using that to basically, as we also make our picks on League-Wide Wednesday. So I'll be using my picks for that league as my picks that I make on her show for that night. So if you want to compete with Miss Fins in color, get over to her Pick'em League. I believe it's on ESPN, Miss Fins.
It's on ESPN as well. And last year, our winner won a Javon Holland jersey, which I tried all off season to get it signed.
Shit, man.
Yeah,
Javon
so
Holland,
next season we'll probably try to get it signed for them.
Wow. So there you go. I mean, Miss Fins is pretty kind and generous with her prizes, so that's pretty cool. Well, I look forward to seeing what the winner gets this year. But
I know, right?
for bragging rights' sake, at the very least, that's where I'll be making my pick'ems this year. If you want to go head to head and challenge, make me look like a fool, you know what I mean? Because I really suck at pick'ems, believe it or not. Miss Finn, yeah, but you kind of wiped the floor with me last year. Let's be honest,
I don't want to say that.
Yeah, you kind of did.
But if you say it, then I'm not. Who am I to deny you?
I mean, I had my weeks. And I had my individual games where it was like, but you kind of wiped the floor with me.
Nah, it was actually a lot of fun because we got to really dive into the whole league. Because as being Dolphin fans, you're gonna get stuck just listening to your own team.
Yep,
you know what I mean?
Yep. And the show gets better and better every time we do it. So and obviously this is second season now. So it's only getting better. We've been able to condense it, and hopefully we're trying to get it condensed into an hour. That way it's it doesn't take too much of both our time.
It'll be even more compact for you guys. But I just dropped it. I dropped the Pick'ems League because it's free.
Okay.
So if you, God, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do it so it's easier for people to read it. But hold on, let me do it one more time. And so that way you guys can go ahead and sign up for the Pick'ems League. Like I said, it's free. So if you guys want to go ahead and join, and hey, you're gonna have a lot of opportunity to get a great merch, and anybody that does like a perfect week, they're also getting merch as well. So
right, and and it's really fascinating, like how you got 58 subscribers left to get to 1,000, right? But if anybody started up a YouTube, and y'all can all test this for yourselves, start up a YouTube channel, call it, Knitting 101, whatever you want to do, just make it something stupid and watch. It'll take you like a couple days to get 58 subscribers. It is absolutely amazing to me that the last 58 takes so long to get. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell is that phenomenon? You know what I mean? Like, why is that?
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
It always happens. You know
It's just
what I mean?
fascinating to me. You know, one of those weird things of the universe that's fascinating to me. Yeah. It really is. You're effectively like if you were talking to somebody right now off the cuff, you know, like if you were just out and about in Publix or something and chit chatting and with somebody who strikes it up with you at the line at the store, right? At the register. And you're like, oh yeah, I got a YouTube channel. You would basically say, yeah, I got a YouTube channel with 1,000 subscribers. You know, that's how close you are. In jest, you would just tell somebody, yeah, I got a YouTube channel with 1,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? Like, let's get her there, people. Come on. It's only 58 left, and then I won't have to talk about it anymore. Then she's on her own, you know. Hey, you know. Once you get to that point,
take care of itself.
You know, you obviously can get there. So it's on up for yourself after that. You know.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you. You guys are, you guys are always a fan of Miss Fins, and I'm a fan of TFTG. So,
we always appreciate your contribution, and you know, I always enjoy chopping it up with you and doing the league wide show. It's a little breakaway for me and gets me a chance to, you know, talk about other stuff as far as not always having to get in my feels about my own team. So it's fun.
Exactly. I mean, that same morning, because that's our evening show, but in the morning, Wednesdays, I do my AFC East show. So I go through all 4 teams versus what are they doing? What's up with their team? What are their injuries? Who are they facing? Is this going to affect them when we play them? All of that, I talk about it on my AFC East show in the mornings, on Wednesday morning. So because you gotta know your opponents in the division.
So you're saying you go on Wednesdays, you go interconference. I mean, inter division, and then
I do,
and then at night you go interleague.
I do. I actually do.
That's pretty interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like, and I've always said this: the best path for the Dolphins to get to the playoffs is to win the division. How can you win? Well, you need to know who your opponents are.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the best way to do it. You know what I mean? Really dissect those opponents.
Crypto, you washing your hands or something? You washing your hands or something?
No, I'm finishing up my sub sandwich.
Oh, okay. Well, we're finishing it up with you, just so you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I really enjoy those shows. They're great.
So while Crypto is finishing up his sub sandwich, can everybody like and share this video, please? And make sure you're subscribing to the Fins Tailgate. Hit the notification bell, because, you know, we could drop news at any time. You know, I might get in my feels and want to just like fire up a show and tell you all something. So make sure you're hitting the notification bell and, you know, help the channel out. Hit some super chats. We ain't got no super chats tonight. Y'all stink.
Aww.
They'll come in the morning.
Become a member today. Shout out to all the members who don't stink. And, you know all the ways to do it. Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, super chat, super stickers, memberships, and of course, hit up our merch in the merch store, TFTGnetwork.com, where you can find the Cookin' Folk apron with the Rabin Dolphin logo on it, holding a spatula. And you got to definitely check that out.
Yeah, you guys have great merch. Guys, if you guys don't know where to find TFTG merch, go to their website, which is
TFTGnetwork.com. Bookmark it, make it your homepage. It is your centralized location for all of the Fins Tailgate content, as well as curated Miami Dolphins content and other NFL news, our profiles, bios, and of course, as Miss Finn said, the merch store, which has a lot of cool gear. Some of which is inspired by things you've seen here, things panel members have said, chat members, whatever. We try to tailor it to things that make sense for you guys and maybe bring a smile to your face or laugh, while also allowing you to represent the Fins Tailgate and your favorite football team, the Miami Dolphins. And we appreciate every bit of it. We also appreciate anybody who's using the links in the description below for Fanatics, Dubby energy drinks, and Backroom Collections, letting them know we sent you. They love it when you do, when we send you there. And make sure you're checking out all of them. Make sure you're checking out all the other Finn's Tailgate content providers like El Capitan, myself with Ali in the morning, top of the tailgate, as well as Ali's other great shows, Late Night Exhale and Broken Takes. Excuse me. We got Crypto, as you see him here, going on Mondays with Lewis, the Rabid Dolphin. And I'll stand in if I have to. As well as Thursdays with myself at 10 a.m., couple hours. Usually talks about all kinds of great stuff. Little off the side stuff, but still tailored towards our team. Sometimes it's history, sometimes it's finances, sometimes it's marketability, sometimes whatever. Also bringing you crypto news and crypto prices. So check out Crypto because he's got a really smooth voice, and I actually like listening. Y'all talk about my voice. This is who I listen to. I listen to Crypto. If I could.
With that smooth jazz
voice,
you know what I mean? Welcome to this.
And then of course, then of course, as I said, you got Lewis, the Rabid Dolphin, just coming in, throwing his foam everywhere, co-hosting with us all a lot of the time. And of course, Shake Money with the Drive Time and the Smoke Lounge, as well as Kahari P with the Fantasy Show on Saturdays. 2 shows in. Check out yesterday's show. It was great. Actually, well, yeah, technically yesterday's show. For you on the West Coast, it was today's show, earlier today. And he will be doing his draft as well for the TFTG Fantasy League Wednesday night. And as well, who else? Oh, the original, the OG, Tonk with TMI Tuesdays, back in action with the Finn's Tailgate after a long hiatus. We appreciate him back. We all loved him. Last week's show was just absolutely nuts and hilarious. Totally went off the rails. One of the best and funniest shows I've ever been a part of. Literally offended me. Okay, so if that should tell you anything, it's hard to offend me. And that show offended me. So, like, seriously, it was funny as all get out. Go check it out. It was hilarious. Borderline shutdown material. We were a little concerned. We were a little concerned that we would never be able to come to you guys again because that was a pretty crazy show. But there was one person I'm leaving out. Who is it?
Yourself.
I got to pull up the banner because I don't want to leave anybody
El
out.
Capitan, where you can find him every other night over here on his own network.
Of course, El Capitan. We know that. El Capitan. I mean, who didn't remember El Capitan?
You.
Me?
Literally last night.
Did I?
Yeah, you actually did. I had to.
Is that why he's been like?
Probably. Nah, he probably didn't even know.
No, I covered everybody, but El Capitan. You're right. Okay. Sorry, El Capitan. The proprietor of this great network.
How come Lewis is not the Rabid Dolphin? You can, give him a hyphen and then
Rabbit. I know. That's weird. I know. We have to get HB on that. Are you calling out HB, Ms. Fins? Is that what you're doing?
Calling out everybody. I'm coming for bodies. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. Wow. Look, most of you guys are probably asleep. How many do we have in the building right now?
Quite a few. We got 70 something watching right now. It's amazing. It's like Saturday and Sunday.
69 of you watching this
late
show
night
right
exhale.
now. 70.
We all exhaling. I just got done exhaling.
Me too. So, hey, listen.
That's what it looked like.
Eichenberg. G says that Eichenberg is sabotaging by having Eichenberg in the O-line. Essentially, it's sabotaging Tua. Do you agree with that, Crypto, or not?
Glad you asked Crypto because I'll get in trouble answering that question. Go ahead, Crypto.
Say that again.
G was saying in general that having Eichenberg in the O-line is essentially sabotaging Tua. Do you agree with that or not?
No, it's enhancing Tua's capability.
Of?
because it requires him to play above average. I look at it as the inverse. Having him is actually a benefit because it elevates Tua, makes him play even better. How about that?
So what you're saying is there's a chance. Just kidding.
Hey, Miss Fins, EM's telling you to tell Crypto to turn it up. He's been yelling at Crypto to turn it up since he's been in here. Now he's going through you, Miss Fins. He's telling you to tell Crypto to turn it up.
Yeah, Crypto, turn it up.
Yeah, turn it up. It's a hype show, bro. That's what it's supposed to be, man.
Yeah.
We don't turn it up. I'm gonna have to end it. You know, like.
Well, I've been drinking a can of Seagrams, so I'm a little subdued. I've been sipping on Seagrams.
I mean,
Seagrams Escape.
EM's welcome to come up and turn it up and turn it into a real hype show. But I'll just have to I'm just gonna put myself in the back for a minute. We can let EM host for a few minutes if you want. That'd be hilarious.
Oh,
EM, seriously, EM, you're welcome to come up and actually host for a little while if you want, bro. I'll sit in back and just listen, man. Remember, it's Late Night Exhale. Ali intends this to be the hype show for football on Sundays.
If we're gonna be hyping, then we need to understand that at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this team is going 17-0. I don't care who you are. You can argue with me all you want. This is the Miami.
Well, we can hype without being homers. We weren't,
Miami fucking Super Bowl.
And Miss Fins, there's a fine line between hype and homer. Okay. But
17-0 is actually not being homer.
But
We've
again,
been
the point is
17-0 before.
Again, the point is I don't want to, because everybody knows I don't pom wave, and I don't. That stuff turns me off, and like the hyper positivity and all that. That's not what I mean by positivity tonight. But this show is meant to be about how and why we're going to win this game, and not why we're going to lose it. You see what I'm saying? And to talk about why we're going to lose it is just simply off topic tonight, is basically what it amounts to.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, Color, the same reasons we can win this game will be the same reasons we will lose the game.
Well, true, but that's fine. Let people can decide that for themselves. But
I think I was very specific when I said I've got expectations on our offense this year.
Well, it's just amazing as positive a fan base as we are, is that when I made it about how we're going to win this game and not why we're going to lose, we've hardly got any panel members, and nobody wants to come up and argue all night like they normally do. Isn't that amazing?
So what you're saying?
That's because they're out drinking.
It's what you're saying.
Saturday night, they're out drinking.
Crypto, because we still got 70, 80 people watching consistent tonight. So that's not a reason.
No, that means they need
Bryson's in the chat. Bryson's in the chat.
Watching us from the bar.
Listen. Bryson's in the chat. Jay's in the chat. Let's see who else comes up here a lot.
I see DB.
No. I'm talking about people who come up here a lot.
Take a little trip with me is in here too.
Right, no, Miss Fins.
Can I just give a shout out, man?
Real quick. I'm talking about people that usually come up here is what I'm saying. They're in the chat.
But they're probably at the bar, Color. They're watching us at the bar.
Yeah, they're probably gonna get their hair done before they can come up here. So
all right, then go ahead and shout them out, Miss Fins. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to get that clear real quick.
It's not to put EM on the live. Hey, D'Angelo.
This show would totally turn up if EM hosted for a minute. You talk about hype, it would turn into precisely the type of show we want it to be.
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh man, I think I need to go to a local tavern and get me another can.
Hey, I think the next poll question is going to be the next poll question is going to be guys. Listen, the next poll question is going to be. What do you think produces more audience numbers for the Fins tailgate next Sunday evening? A win or a loss?
A loss.
Next week's poll question.
I mean, it's gotta be a loss because people are negative Nancy's.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Negative Nancy. There you go.
But other than that, I mean, a win to me, I'm over the moon. You know what I mean?
So we got
D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Miss Fans?
I'm not sure I've met D'Angelo, bro. Have I met you, D'Angelo?
On a couple not yet color, but on a couple Miss Fan shows, TD, and I'm a member with Steven.
Oh, well, welcome to the tailgate, bro. Yeah. Welcome to the tailgate, man.
Yeah, what's up, Crypto? Crypto beat, man. They be going in on Crypto, man.
What's that? Who's that?
No, I'm just saying, like, just in the chat period, man. You don't be lying, man.
You know, Russell, you give us your expectations. Which one are you expecting to really show out this game versus the Chargers, offense or defense?
See, man, listen. Okay, I'm gonna answer this, but before I do, by the way, Color Crypto, you know I'm from 305, so it's like at this point right now, it got to be. I'm gonna still take the offense. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right on.
I ain't gonna lie because when Ramsey come back, you know that's like because the defense, even before without saying last year, the defense was always and never was the problem. If you really look at it, it never.
I mean, what I always say, D'Angelo, is that problems or not, regression or not, our defense made sure that our offense had enough chance to score more points than the other team.
Most definitely.
Regardless of what the other team scored. You know what I mean?
And my thing is, I do agree with you, Crypto. I ain't gonna lie. I do agree with you with the Eichenberg situation. But at this point, you know what I'm saying? And you know how sensitive this man to is. Just please give that man a left guard, man. You better do it, dog. You do not want to see this man acting like he throwing up them fingers in the air again, man.
Listen, first of all, I'm gonna have to push back.
Well, he's not doing that.
Watch me. I'm gonna push back. Watch at the end of the season. This is gonna be a higher ranked offense with Eichenberg as left guard. Mark my words.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Miss Fan.
Yeah, I agree with you, Miss Fan.
I guarantee you, by the second quarter, Isaiah Wynn be starting right there.
I will go as far as say Eichenberg will be the highest rated offensive lineman this season. There's a hot take for you.
Next to Toronto.
Crypto, don't do that, man. What are you talking about?
Crypto is the moniker of going bold or going home. You know what I mean?
Crypto, don't be trolling like that.
I'm telling you right now. There you go.
Eichenberg.
That's something to chew on right there.
Eichenberg.
There you go. I'm telling you.
I can see if you say Robert Hunt. You know what I'm saying? But not.
I mean, the Colts were practically begging us for him, bro. Don't you know?
No, they was begging us for Robert Hunt, not Eichenberg. They wanted Robert Hunt, Color. Stop it, not Eichenberg. Now I would have traded Eichenberg. Yeah, first class.
Well, I bet when Harrison went down for a minute, I bet Irsay was like, "Damn it, maybe I shouldn't have been so bold about Waddle."
Right?
Nah, he was tripping though. Like you can't get Robert Hunt, you can't get Christian Wilkins.
Hold up. If they would have given us JT and a first for Waddle, you would have said no?
I would have said no.
I need a first in it, at least a first in like a first and two of something else.
No.
Hold up. Understand this. Listen. That would be a first, and you know it's going to be a high first because they're tanking. So
yeah, but I would need. Yeah, but Miss Fins, I would need a first. I would need a first, and then the equivalent of a first. Like I would need a first and a second and a third, or a first and 2/3, or something like that.
So how much are you valuing JT? You don't think he's first?
I'm not if we're about to pay. Not if we're going to be paying Jalen Waddle $30 million when Tyreek leaves.
I mean,
I'll do that. I'll do that.
So you would need.
I would too. I would too. I'm just saying, if you're talking about in comparison to a running back like JT, while he is an elite running back and worth maybe 15 million, he's still not worth a $30 million wide receiver. So, if Jalen Waddle is going to become the type of guy that we're going to pay that kind of money to, then I expect a first round and then an equivalent of a first round. So either 2 firsts or a first and a third, a first and 2/3, or a first and a second and a third, or something.
Man, listen to me, Color. I hear what you saying, but Waddle is non-negotiable, man. This is what I'm trying to tell
That's
you.
fair enough. That's fair enough. I've never see
people think
people think I'm trying to shop him when I talk about that, but I'm only talking about it in the sense of objectively saying what a fair trade would be if it was on the table. I'm not saying he's negotiable at all either. You all have convinced me. Waddle is non-negotiable. I'm there with y'all. You know what I mean? As far as that goes.
Miss Finns don't think so.
No. Everybody's tradable. I don't give up who you are. Everybody's
there you
tradable.
go.
No.
Well, maybe in my mind, I think Kurt has made it clear he's not.
Okay, if you got 3 firsts for Waddle, you're telling me you're gonna turn down 3 firsts?
Everybody's tradable.
Well, now you're getting into crazy waters. Yeah, I would turn down 3 firsts. Of course I wouldn't.
2 seconds or 2 firsts. Okay, thank you. Then everybody's tradable.
And then guess what? Guess what? Listen. I love when people say this. You get the 3 firsts, you pick who you want, you're gonna end up in the same boat and do it again.
I mean,
no, you won't. Because we got the 3 firsts for Laramie Tunsil, and we wasn't in the same spot.
Okay, but guess what? But listen, I understand that. But the Laramie Tunsil was, I ain't gonna lie, that was a good deal. See, if we talking about the hypothetical, I'll go with Color situation with the Tunsil. You see how that works. But you talking about Waddle, bro? Listen, bro, let me just tell you something. Tudor, you already know who you got at quarterback. That's your main man that he at least played with inside college. He's doing great with him in the NFL.
There's a lot of other Alabama receivers coming out that'll work.
I understand that. But guess what? When I tell you, when it come down to that man Waddle, bro, the man gave you 18 yards and led the lead with here on the team, bro. If you trade that man for Jonathan Taylor, and you know Eichenberg can't block, and Taylor not getting through the line, oh man, you just don't know, man.
So you don't respect Tyreek Hill's gravity to do it for somebody else that can get 18 yards because of Tyreek's gravity.
Bro. Listen, Hill gonna do what he do, but at the end of the day, all 3 of y'all gonna get right back on this YouTube.
I'm telling you,
going in, bro.
You don't understand Tyreek Hill's gravity that creates that 18 yards per catch.
Miss Fans, you know, like I know, if that trade would have went down and that O-line started acting crazy,
whatever wide receiver we would have got this year would have got 18 yards per catch.
Well, check this out. This is really.
Let me answer.
Go ahead, Miss. Go ahead. I as soon as you're done, Miss Fins, I've got to point out a major irony here.
You know, the funny part is that JT, we had a 22nd ranked O-line. He ran behind a 28th ranked O-line. So he ran behind a worse O-line than us.
Right. Now, to be fair, his second year where he put up all them numbers, they were 12th ranked. However, I expect our offensive line to be right around 15th. You know, that's not far off from 12th if you're talking about a guy like Jonathan Taylor. So it would have been a great fit. You know, but
I'd like to think so.
Real quick, the irony I wanted to point out that you guys just closed a circular argument that other people have been making. Okay, about oh gosh, what were we just talking about before Taylor?
The Waddle
I got it. So I really, really wish Rashad was still up here. He must have got his hands full when he was closing a store, but
probably
he would be able to tell you, because he is the one. When I talk about when I pointed out the fact that Waddle was 24th in number of receptions last year and 33rd in receptions per game, yet he still put up 1,300 yards and was, first in yards per catch and got more touchdowns than Tyreek and a couple other things that you say, wow, his overall production was right around 10th in the league, yet he was 33rd in receptions per game. So all of the 9 receivers ahead of him in production last year all were top 10, top 12 in receptions and receptions per game. And that suggests that Waddle is a highly efficient receiver, if not the most efficient in the league.
And he did that in his second year in the league.
Right. Now, here's the thing, bro. If Rashad was still here right now, he's heard me say this a dozen times, and he's come at me with the same rebuttal every single time. So I know what it is. And it's ironic that this has all come around because you guys were just talking about how Tyreek affects Waddle. And it's Rashad's contention that because of the way Tyreek is doubled and they shade to Waddle, it means that Waddle has a chance to be more one-on-one with a guy where he's getting separation more often, and he's also getting a chance to run with that separation after catching the ball more often.
That's specifically what I mean when I use the definition gravity. Tyreek Hill's gravity. He's sucking all the attention from other defenders.
Right. So in other words, this is Rashad's idea as to why his numbers are so large given his lower number of receptions. And I'd tell Rashad, okay, that's fair, but I would say that could only account for like half of it. You know what I mean? It's probably a little of that too. Yeah, I don't disregard what Rashad's saying, but
when Tyreek wasn't here, he was getting 9 yards per catch.
And he still gave you 1,000 yards, Crypto. Don't do that.
Yes, on a higher amount of receptions total.
But
means he had to catch more balls.
But the problem with the argument, hold on. The problem with the logic of the argument is this. If Tyreek's being doubled that much that it's benefiting Waddle that much, how the hell is Tyreek getting 1,700 something yards?
Because you can't stop neither
because
one of them
he's that good.
Nobody's that good, bro. Nobody is that good, bro. Nobody is that good, man. There is nobody in the history of the NFL that is that good, bro. Nobody.
Color.
Trust me, it is. It's about separation after you catch the ball.
And like Crypto, like dang, bro, don't steal my idea, Crypto. Don't do it. Because Color, what you do not understand is this: when you stick in, now I give Crypto. And maybe you too, Color, that, of course he helped him, but this is what both of them do, Color. Like, if you really I know you watch the games, but you have to really watch them too. If those two guys do a slant or a post, they are open every single time. When they cut, it's up to two to get the ball there. If they get the ball there, they just going upfield.
Well, that's why I don't buy the idea that he's double teamed all the time. Because if he was, he wouldn't be putting up 1,700 yards.
It's situationally he's double teamed. It's not all the time.
It's not.
But he's creating attention from other defenders.
All I'm trying to say is that Waddle does deserve some credit for his level of efficiency. It's not just the fact that Tyreek is over on the other side of the ball.
Each other. They are the wide receiver version of X and Byron Jones.
I mean, it plays a big role.
It does play. Okay, you could even say it plays a big role. I'm willing to go with that, but it's not everything. Like the Waddle is still doing something more with his opportunities than his contemporaries. Maybe not Tyreek, but his contemporaries, a la Jamar Chase, and then the guys right behind him on the production list. You know what I mean? Which I can't think of off the top of my head, but I honestly think Waddle's a better receiver than CeeDee Lamb. However, CeeDee Lamb landed around 4th in production last year. Many, many more targets than Waddle. What do you say about that? Like if Waddle would have got more targets,
look, I tell you this.
Well, he did get more targets when he had Devontae Parker on the other side of him.
I'm talking, but I'm talking about last year in particular. If you add more targets to his already had numbers, Well, you could also say more receptions because I didn't factor in targets. I factored in receptions, right? So you could look at, those 3 the drops that he had in the Buffalo game. 2 of those would have been added to his numbers and probably put him around
That
8th
would be
in production.
That would mean his yardage per catch will still be up.
Right. But what I'm saying is it may have slid him a couple more spots up the list. Maybe he overtakes Jamar Chase in production.
Color, man, Dak Prescott is not afraid to
Wait a
throw
minute.
the
How
ball
many
deep.
more? Whoa, that would have been just 3 extra catches. How many receptions did Chase get? They weren't separated by 3 catches.
No. But it may have increased his yardage enough to factor out the other categories more. Maybe one of those turns into a touchdown. Maybe he breaks away and scores an extra touchdown on that and raises that rank up a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Across the board, it would have raised a couple of his numbers, and possibly his average might have went up higher than 10th. Maybe only one place. I don't know. I'm just saying, a couple more receptions and he would have had more production than he had, is my contention.
All I'm saying is, listen, man, I'm not saying Dak is better or worse than Tudor, but I will tell you this.
Tudor?
Than Tudor.
Did you say
but
Tudor?
he's not afraid to throw the ball deep. That's what I'm going to tell you. That
Right.
is what I'm going to tell you. He will take the gamble. Yeah, he'll take the gamble. He going to take the gamble.
Well,
there's a reason why
I
CeeDee
guess he
Lamb is in
figures
the
if
top
Jerry Jones
receiver.
hasn't pushed him out the building
He'll
by
throw the
now,
ball.
ain't no long interception going to change anything.
Hey, listen.
I mean, he's getting 4,000 yards every time he plays a full season almost.
Right.
DV had asked me a question. Miss Vince, how much would you take for Marino back in his prime? What do you mean,
what would you
trade?
if you were to put him in a time machine and transport him to this paradigm? Is that what we're talking?
No, I think he means in a trade. Like,
what
how
does
much
he
would I
mean?
take as far as the trade? We were talking about the trade for Waddle at that point.
Right, but that would mean that Marino was playing in this paradigm, right?
Yeah, here, but in his prime, I would need at least 5 first-round picks for Marino.
Yeah, that's the starting point.
Yeah,
right, because given that he broke records, right, given that he broke
best running back,
right, given that he broke records in his rookie year, right, given that he broke records in his rookie year, that means you're getting a record breaker each for 5 consecutive seasons with 5 consecutive first-round picks. Absolutely.
Exactly. I need at least 5 first-round picks, your best left tackle, and your best running back. And
you're
then
right,
throw in
Miss
the punter for me.
If Herschel Walker can go for the whole entire draft, I'm sure Marino can go for 2 entire drafts.
Oh man, I can't believe people say. Maybe
traded
it's
away
because
a whole draft for Herschel. You're gonna need 2 drafts for Marino.
Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's the purity requirements of this new age Dolphin fan base. I don't know, but to me, talking about Waddle in the scenario in a hypothetical scenario the way we were. And for people to think it's so crazy after what happened with the whole Herschel Walker deal, man, I just, I don't understand why people think it's so crazy. It's like, what are y'all
Johnson
talking
got
about?
the whole draft for him. They got like 5 to 7 picks the entire draft.
The St. Louis Cardinals let go Albert Pujols after a Hall of Fame career with them. Okay,
Mike Ditka traded away 5 draft picks
because
Ricky Williams.
Because they didn't want to pay him $500 million.
We got him in 2003, and Putch Rodriguez, my boy, right? Are we talking about? No. That's
Pujols went to the Angels in 2013 or something.
Yeah,
he went to the Angels.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. So, but here's the thing. Yeah. It's because they didn't want to pay him $500 million. Was he not worth $500 million? Of course he was. The guy is almost a guaranteed home run. I mean, and so, but here's the thing. The Cardinals were at a point where they needed to keep a championship contending team going. And they thought, well, what's better to have? 1 Pujols for $500 million? Or 5 almost Pujols for $500 million. You see what I'm saying? It's an easy choice. Yeah. So they traded him to the Angels, right? He plays there for another, almost 10 years now. It's been. And then the Cardinals bring him back because they got the DH rule in the NL now. And so all he has to do is sit on the bench and hit. He doesn't have to play in the outfield anymore or in the defense anymore. And, it's like now he can sit there and just bang away home runs until he breaks the record, retiring with his original team.
Well, that's I think the point was more of because I said everybody's tradable. Is Marino tradable? I mean, to be honest with you, hell
No, there
but
are some vetoes. There are some protected
Marino's
players.
definitely one of those.
You got to think of it like this. You got to think of it like this. And each individual can decide this for themselves because this is where it becomes subjective and you can play favorites if you like. Okay, each person has to decide for themselves their core, I'd say their core 4 or 5 players of the football team. Those players that make the Miami Dolphins, the ones that you'll see their jerseys in Fanatics for like 10 years, the way it used to be when you basically had the same team for like 8 years. You know what I mean? Or it ain't like that anymore. But you can still look at about 4 or 5 core players. That's how they do it in baseball. That no matter what these guys do, you don't trade them. Whereas you might trade a guy that's hitting 330 and keep a guy that's hitting 298 because that 298 guy is one of your core 4 or one of your core 5. You know what I mean? And so you got to pick those players. And once you pick those players, everybody else is absolutely tradable. You can't just keep adding to the core.
Yeah, I would never trade Michael Jordan. I don't give a crap. I don't care if you give me 10 straight first overall picks.
Stop it!
NBA lottery. I would never trade Michael Jordan.
Though I know you hear this, man. Stop! Oh my!
I would never trade Michael.
My MJ is the one of the ones.
To me,
hell no.
Because of contract situation, Tyreek is obviously a core. You can't trade him because of the contract situation, unless some idiot team out there is willing to take it on, whatever. But that's doubtful. Right. So he's obviously part of the core. Jalen Phillips, I wouldn't trade for anything. He's number 2 on my core. I'm going to go with 5. I'm going to go with a core 5. So I got Tyreek, contract situation. Currently, he's core. Jalen Phillips. I'm going to go Jalen Ramsey. I'm going to go, I got 2 left.
Yeah.
Braxton Berrios.
Braxton Berrios.
I can tell you why in a second. I'll tell you why in a second. But Braxton Berrios.
I mean, I'm biased because he's a Canes and a Dolphin. So.
And my 5th core player, it would have to be. Damn, that's a hard one.
Oh, I got 2 in my head already.
Jalen Phillips is mine.
Ooh.
Jalen Phillips is
mine. I already said Jalen Phillips.
I'm not trading Tua for nobody.
Oh boy, boy, he gone, boy.
Tua's tradable.
We're talking about currently tonight. If I had to pick a core 5 tonight, Miss Fins, because by the end of this season, Tua could be the part of the core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Based on contract and all that and performance. You know what I mean? So we'll have to see. But my 5th core player, gosh, man, I don't really see anybody else as non-tradable, to be honest with you. I mean, everybody else can be found again either in the draft or whatever.
Around the league, yeah.
I mean, it's hard to get a Deion Sanders level corner in the draft. They come maybe once. What do you say, Crypto? Once every 4 drafts, you'd say you get a Deion level corner.
I'm trying to think of somebody.
Yeah, once every 3 to 4 drafts.
So he's a core. Same
wide
with
receivers
Jalen
coming
Phillips
almost
type.
once every other year.
Right. Same with the Jalen Phillips
already.
type.
He took one of mine, so I'm gonna find it to where I won't even. All right.
Ooh.
Well, some of them could be the same. Some of them could be
look.
the same. It's a matter of your core 4 or 5. You know what I mean?
Well, but if you ask me personally, I wouldn't trade Ramsey. I wouldn't, with this current roster, I wouldn't trade Ramsey. I wouldn't trade Waddle.
Gone.
I wouldn't trade Armstead.
Gone.
I definitely trade him. He's the first out the door.
No,
So hold on. So let him go. So we got Ramsey, Waddle, Armstead.
And I still, even though he was banged up, I still wouldn't trade X. I still wouldn't trade him.
I know. Maybe he'll be my honorary fifth because he can catch the damn ball better than half the receivers in the league.
I don't care what they say. Crypto. Wait, how many that is, Color?
That's 5. You did 5, I think.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm not trading none of them players. Because if them 5 players is gone, you got a problem. I'm gonna tell you that now. Because you need 2 new corners. You need another left tackle. He better be top. He better be top 5. Like I heard you say you'll trade Armstead, Miss fans. But if you ain't getting no top 5 left tackle, we through.
I don't need a top 5.
Sir, I'm paying out the wazoo for a 4th of a left tackle who is phenomenal when he's on the field. But he can only be on the field for 11, if I'm lucky, 12 games. I'm not even getting a full left tackle.
Right.
All right,
yeah,
Crypto.
I'm cutting that.
Crypto, do what Miss Fans say, and Tudor gonna be out for the season.
Well, he did that on his own last year without Armstead.
Right, but what I'm saying is, at least you got the chance to at least see him actually get some protection.
I'm not denying that, man.
That's what I'm saying, though. So if he was not there, though, Crypto, you know it would have been destruction.
But we already saw how it was when he wasn't there.
Right. No, but exactly.
He didn't show up for nobody else. Conveniently, he was hurt when it was Skyler or when it was what's his name.
Wait! What you trying to say, Miss Fins? What do you mean by conveniently? You gotta elaborate on that.
That all of a sudden he's unavailable. Exactly. I can put up with all this pain when it's Tua, but I can't do it when it's Skyler or Teddy B. As my QB, get out of here, man. I guess it didn't really hurt that much.
So what exactly are you trying to say, Miss Fins? Because this sounds like something. This sounds like something that people will turn around and say Color said that there was some sabotage going on by one of our offensive linemen toward the other quarterbacks.
I said it. There you go. Catch me outside. How about? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no. Like there was major sabotage. You're not gonna prepare your backups, and this is on the head coach. And then on top of that, you can take a rest now. You can take a rest now. Yeah.
Now, do you think this sabotage was intentional or personal towards the quarterback in question, like let's say Teddy or Skyler? Or do you think it was just a byproduct or side effect of the fact of not wanting to have another quarterback show up QB1?
The latter.
These are the hard-hitting questions you get around here when you make statements like that,
Exactly.
Great question, Color. Great question.
Because I don't think they had anything personally wrong with the other quarterbacks. I just think that it's like the company line. Like it's towing the company line. We ain't gonna let nothing show up our other quarterback. Because imagine if we'd have won that playoff game, right? Now I don't know.
Oh
I don't
my God,
remember.
It would have been a disaster.
I played that game, but I'm just saying. Imagine
if we would have won.
In this case, we're talking about wide receivers again.
But hold on, I had $200 on that game.
But hold on. In this case, we're talking about wide receivers and tight ends again. Okay.
Handle the truth.
But here again, we're talking about wide receivers and tight ends again. In this case, right in the playoff game, but had those catches been made in the outcome, and it changed the outcome to a win. What are we talking about at quarterback this year?
Brock Purdy.
I mean, You know what I mean?
Purdy,
Like
that's the conversation right there. Brock Purdy.
But here's the thing: by not winning that game, right? It gives people the ability to say to Color when Color says, "Well, he's the only quarterback with a playoff experience on our team." It gives people the ability to ignore that when I say that, because you notice how they just like again. Some people, I swear, some people. Some people must want our mascot to change to the ostriches. I swear to God, because it's you say things like that and people just plug their ears, stick their head right in the sand. La 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 la. They can't hear nothing when you say stuff like that.
Because some people can't handle the truth.
Miss Fans, I don't know about no Brock Purdy. I don't know about no Brock Purdy.
No, what I meant by the situation. Look at what happened in the 49ers. Their QB got injured. It was like what, week 4, week 3, week 4, something like that. So here comes the 7th rounder, takes it away for 10 straight weeks or 11 games. I think he played. So 11 games, 11 straight games, takes them to the playoffs, wins a game, and loses the second one, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait a minute, who wins 11 games?
What? What'd you say?
How many games? Wait a minute, who?
He played 11 games. Brock Purdy started 11 games last year.
Did he? I don't know if it was that many, was it?
It was that many. I know, because I was shocked when I read
his first game was against us.
11, yes, it was. And after that, he didn't let go of the ball. So, to Color's point, it would have been a Brock Purdy effect. It would have been the Brock Purdy effect, meaning your super backup, because, Skyler was third, would come, and so was Brock Purdy, would come in and not just get to the playoffs, win a playoff game versus your number one rival in the division.
Right.
That's what that means.
You would have to ride him out.
Crypto, listen to me. We got to go.
It will be a PR nightmare for the Dolphins front office.
Crypto, plan A of what was supposed to happen this offseason at that time was supposed to be executed already. But we're going with Tudor, and we just got to hope it works.
Are you
Plan A,
Tudor?
I'm going to tell you who we were supposed to get in free agency when he was available at the time. And since we want to talk about picks, I would have gave up now with this guy, I would have gave up a first round and gave him the money he want at the same time. Make a guess who I'm talking about, Crypto.
It was Jackson.
You better believe it.
Oh, you mean Lamar?
Yes, I would have.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm giving up a first.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My earset went out.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hang on.
Okay.
But yes, Color, I would have gave up a first for Lamar. Yes, I would have.
Yeah, I can't say I wouldn't have either. I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah, was that? I didn't hear your answer. Was that right? You were talking about Lamar?
Yes, I would have gave up a first for him.
Yeah, that was the initial plan.
Yeah.
If Skyler loses that game.
Most definitely. You get Lamar Jackson, you will not lose in no first round like that.
Yeah,
not
but
with
Richard
his team.
said he was hurt in 5 games last year.
Man, listen to me, Mets fans. You talking about what you talking about?
Richard said. I didn't say that.
Because, boy, listen, what first off, Lamar is already from the crib, man. That man would have, man, listen. Man, I tell you, boy, the dog, boy.
Well, actually, all the 2 O'Neills should be jumping for joy because Skyler won that game because they didn't have to execute that plan because of it.
Listen, Crypto, I'm from Miami-Dade County 305. So I rock with the team of who they got, but at the same time, I know Color might say I'm a homer, but Lamar from the crib, man. You gotta get that man in the building.
Oh, I 100% agree.
You have to.
Hold up. Hold up. Let me push a little back. Because some of our fans right now that are listening, they are saying he missed more games than Tua last year. You do have to take that into consideration.
What does that mean?
That's
So
called business
watch this. Watch this.
decision.
So watch this. Okay, Miss Fans. Ask
He
any
played
of
as
them
many.
in the
He played as
comments.
many. No. He played as many snaps as they paid for. Period.
And
We'll leave it at that for me.
And guess what? Any of them in the comments not picking Tudo over Lamar. And if they is, they need to log off.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they need to log off then. Log
this
off,
is the
reset.
thing. You do have to take that into consideration, regardless of your feelings for or against.
I don't think so.
Somebody's availability, because that's
I
the
don't need
same
to.
issue we have.
Okay, fair enough, Miss Spence. Fair enough.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well, fair enough. But this is how I consider it. He played as many snaps as they paid for. So I took it into consideration, and that's how I consider it.
Well, this is the thing. I personally think that he really was injured, and because of that, he had to miss several games. I'm not gonna deny that. However, the last 3 games he missed in the season, he did it because he wanted to miss those games.
Well, like I said, he took as many snaps as they paid for.
Cleared, but
in his estimation,
he wasn't. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm just saying, in his estimation, he took as many snaps as they paid for.
Money. He's not going to keep letting them milk him.
What all else being even, if they're missing the same thing, who's better at playing the quarterback position? That's the tiebreaker.
I'm still taking Lamar. It's not even close. Man,
if the injuries cancel out each other, which one's better at playing the position?
Especially a West Coast system.
That's the tiebreaker.
Especially in a especially in a West Coast system like this, man. Oh my God.
Listen, it depends on what type of quarterback you want in your system, period. They're two very
the injuries cancel out each other.
No, you see what I'm saying, Crypto?
That means you need a tiebreaker. What's the tiebreaker between the two?
It is. No type, man. Listen, man.
I'm talking about the injuries is what makes it a tie when they want to say, well, this one's just as injured as that one. Okay, they cancel out each other. Now what's the tie? What's the next tiebreaker? The quarterback play.
The fact that we'd be 11-0 by the time Lamar gets injured.
Exactly, Color. They just talking, bro.
Because Baltimore is always that record by the time you get injured.
Yeah, because Baltimore's ever had the team we've got. Yeah, Crypto, keep coming.
Right.
That's a fact. What are you
I think that's the first time you ever actually invited me to cook you there. You were like, okay, cook me, Color. That was great.
No, I wasn't saying that against it. I was speaking on behalf of Lamar.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, it sounded like you were saying. It sounded like you were saying that. It sounded like you were saying that he didn't go 11-0 with them. So why would he go 11-0 with us? That's what it sounded like you were saying.
No, I'm saying he always go 11-0 with Baltimore.
Yes, but all I'm saying is,
which means with this roster, he will be even. It would be even more solid.
I just mean by the time he had to take a break because of a soft tissue injury, I guess.
That Color, but you're not listening to me. It depends on your system and which quarterback can run it better.
And Lamar Jackson would absolutely shred with a West Coast system like ours.
I'm taking Lamar Jackson. Yeah. That's no questions.
Would that be? You don't think Lamar Jackson will be just as dynamic with a Mike McDaniel style system?
I'm not saying that he wouldn't be dynamic, but what I'm saying is I'm not just gonna dismiss
Miss Fins.
He's getting dismissed.
Miss Fins. All I gotta do is bring up the same play I always bring up. The very play Tua got injured on against Cincinnati.
I know.
That is a touchdown if it's Lamar Jackson. It's simply that.
It's simply that. Years back there. I get that. But I'm not going to just dismiss him and pretend like he wouldn't be able to run it and still be very efficient. Like, no.
Of course.
They each
right. But who the point is, when LS breaks down, who does it better?
Talk to me, Crypto.
Define better, because And guess what?
Meaning, I just defined better. Instead of getting ragdolled to the ground and knocked out of the game, you score a touchdown. That's what I mean better.
On one play color?
No, come on.
No, this will be against the Chargers. When they held him to 45 yards, they're not holding them to 45 yards on the ground. That's the tiebreaker.
Okay, how about the second
That's another tiebreaker.
I'll bring up another game then, Miss Fins. I'll bring up another game then. How about the game that he ripped off a 75-yard touchdown against us?
Listen, guys, I hope you understand that I agree with you guys 100%.
Lamar Jackson first,
and that was through the zero hole. That was through the zero hole. That wasn't even a West Coast design run. That was through the zero hole.
Crypto, that's what them people from Florida do, bro. I'm telling you.
The Florida Seed.
Listen.
That's the Florida Seed.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not gonna dismiss Tua just because you want Lamar. Because at the end of the day, what is the one thing that we keep saying we need the most out of any QB?
Touchdowns.
Availability.
They cancel each other out.
Yeah, but you're acting as if Lamar Jackson has an availability problem.
Has he not been injured in the last 3 years?
Oh, man.
Here we go again, man. I'm telling you.
You can no longer bring that argument when you argue on the behalf of Tua.
Hold on. If you count back 3 years, that is the year he put up 30-some touchdowns.
Listen.
And what did the Ravens go again? Was that 13-3, 12-4?
Guys.
He's constantly winning double-digit games.
My energy right now, by the way, first of all, I don't know where it came from because it's 1:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in South Florida. Okay.
I know I wasn't even supposed to go this long. Y'all have made it interesting.
You want an energy color? Here you go.
Y'all made it interesting. I mean, what can I say?
Thank you, D, for coming up and bringing live to the show.
You're welcome.
Thank you. But I'm also, I have to, unlike you guys, clearly, I'm reading the chat. And this is what the chat is saying. This isn't Miss Fins.
You're steel manning the chat. Okay.
The chat right now, this is what they're saying. But I have to agree with them in the point of I'm just not gonna dismiss Tua like that. Because I'm not, because Tua's already shown me he can play.
If it's another quarterback that breaks all ties with him, I will dismiss him.
If they want me to steel man them, they gotta pay.
Please don't say the words I'm about to say, man.
Listen to me. We can come.
If there's a quarterback that breaks the tie, I will dismiss the person that has the tie broken over him.
I tell you this right now, Miss Fans, and to everybody in them comments, if Lamar Jackson would have got to Miami this year, it would be no question.
It would be 15-2, and we would be number 1 in the AFC.
Granted, Miss Vince, I'm not dismissing Tua if Cleo Lemon was the option. Cleo Lemon would have to be the option for me not to dismiss Tua.
But you see what I mean? Like, I'm with you. I get it. Trust me, I've made the exact same argument. But I could also make the opposing argument, too. That in this system right now is 100% built.
This system is not special. Garoppolo ran this system and took the
example. But right now we have Tua, and that's who's running it, and he's running
exactly. You guys act like it's only exclusive to Tua. There's a lot of quarterbacks ran this system.
Hey, Miss Fins, if this system wasn't tailor-made for a guy like Lamar Jackson, then why did San Francisco attempt to get a guy like him by drafting Trey Lance?
Exactly.
And then let him go.
Exactly.
They let him go because he didn't rise to the level they needed.
Exactly. He didn't become Lamar.
He's not Lamar.
But that's what they saw in him. That's why they drafted him.
That is telling us that you guys are clearly ignoring. Okay. At the end of the day, I agree with you. I was so pissed when we didn't get Deshaun. Forget the personal stuff. I'm talking pure football. I was so upset when we didn't get him. But you know what? Whatever. I'm going to keep moving forward. And then we had the opportunity to get Lamar.
So who's the next guy?
No, let me finish. Then we had the opportunity to get Lamar. And I'm like, I mean, I understand he might have been injured, but why are we not going for him? Why are we not getting Lamar? This is what you want.
That's because Crypto's not the general manager, man. We need
who's the next? That's Miss Fins. The answer to that question may be the draft. So who is the next Lamar type in college besides the guy we just saw today, who obviously can chuck the ball, but that's a new aberration. But who's the guy in college that they would be holding out for that they believe is that, their Trey Lance, their guy that they think is going to rise to Deshaun Watson levels? Because I would have argued a Desmond Ritter may end up doing that. He's got some of the same skill set.
I'm not gonna lie. What's that guy name? That guy from Oregon, kind of good.
Right. But there's also, this other guy people talk about, Caleb Williams. I haven't seen him enough. Does he run too? I don't know.
He runs, but he mainly throws.
I'll tell you, if you want to see a guy that's if you want to really know what Lamar Jackson would be like, all the people that say Lamar can't throw the ball, right? That he's just a running back that throws, right? If you really want to see a running back that can't, a quarterback that can't throw the ball, that runs like Lamar, look at that guy from Utah the other night against Florida, Nate Johnson. That guy is like shredded their defense up the gut with a run for a touchdown, but can't throw the ball or shit. That's the genuine article. That's the guy that can run like Lamar but can't throw the ball.
Listen, it's not even a question. Overall, as a pure passer, Tua Tagovailoa is better than Lamar. However,
I'm done, Crypto.
As
I'm
an
done.
overall
I am done, Crypto.
I wouldn't even say that.
Is a much better athlete.
Crypto, I'm done.
Athlete is
I am
Lamar.
done, Crypto.
But passer,
I'm done.
You gotta give it to Tua.
Misfit, stop that, man.
But in today's age, it's about playing quarterback. It encompasses everything.
The last time Lamar threw a ball in Miami, I think they're still looking for the ball out in the ocean somewhere. I don't. They lost track of it.
Hey, you forgot
that narrative gets thrown out as if he's not a passer.
No. I'm a real Dolphin fan, but so y'all gonna act like when not even the last game he performed. Do y'all forget when Baltimore blew us out? It's like, what's wrong with y'all, man? What's wrong with y'all?
It's funny, Misfit.
You don't remember Lamar was perfect?
Remember Lamar was perfect, Crypto? I guess on that note, Geno Smith is a better pro passer than Patrick Mahomes because he had a better 5-game stretch.
I mean, he led the league for most of the year last year in completion percentage.
Wow, so that means he's better than Mahomes.
Absolutely.
I mean,
if we're gonna go down the pure passing and
right,
5-game stretches and anomalies, Geno Smith is a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes by far.
That's a legitimate thing. You can't.
Hey, where did he end up? Who ended up at top? Miss Fins, pull up the percentage list if you could. Who ended up at top? Like, I think Geno still ended up second.
We use Pro Reference, right?
Yeah, Pro Football Reference.
He still was at the top. He was like at 70%. It was ridiculous.
I thought he still ended up second. And then if you go to advanced Miss Fins and then go over to the percentage
what
there.
What am I doing? 22, right? 22.
Yeah.
The 22-23. Yeah,
looking at the QB. So let me get it.
Yeah, and
Geno Smith
sort for
to
completion
Patrick
percentage.
Mahomes. That is crazy.
Listen. You be matter all you want.
No.
But
what we're saying is, if we're gonna pick apart individual stat categories,
right,
then we got to start saying that Daniel Jones is a better protector of the football because he had less interception percentages than anybody.
Yes, Daniel Jones was number one last year in interception percentage, at the lowest in the league at 1.1%.
And how many times did they run the ball? How many times did they run the ball?
It doesn't matter. When the opportunity presented itself, he didn't turn the ball over.
Bro, correct.
That means he's a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes turned it over a lot more than he did.
You can't argue with the percentage because the percentage is not quantitative, it's qualitative. It's saying no matter how many attempts you got, there's a qualifying number of attempts, which he got, because he's a starting quarterback, right?
Right.
So it's not going to change much more. A percentage is not going to change much more quarterback to quarterback unless you're talking about a ridiculous different number of attempts different. You know what I mean? And so to say that he had a 1.1% interception rate, and that's the best in the league, that means he throws less interceptions than everybody else.
Okay, as far as interceptions,
For real.
Daniel Jones is number 1. Period.
What you say, Miss Fans?
As far as interceptions,
I know 1.1%. That's number 1 in the league.
Okay, then that means he is better at protecting the ball than Patrick Mahomes.
He's a better quarterback as well.
In that category, yes, he is.
He's also a better quarterback, Miss Fizz.
Oh, and he's better than Dan Marino, too.
Much better than Dan Marino.
Dan Marino threw the ball all over the field to the other side, man. Shit.
Hey,
exactly.
Hey, I can see why they like. I can see.
Hey, D, can you see the private chat real quick?
Say that again.
Can you see the private chat?
I'm trying to click on it. Wait, hold on.
So, real quick, Miss Vince, sort for completion percentage on that list.
Yeah, I see it, Miss Vince.
Hold on, give me a second, Miss Fans. I'm trying to. I don't know why my phone is.
I'm taking a look at it. I pulled it up. As far as overall yards, there's nobody that threw more than Patrick Mahomes last year with 5,250. We know this, right? But if you're gonna go touchdown percentage, he's tied. Tua Tagovailoa is number 1 in the league, and Patrick Mahomes.
That is correct.
Yes,
that is correct.
For the touchdown percentage.
Exactly.
That means number of touchdowns thrown per 100 throws.
Per 100 pass attempts, right? Each pass attempt, right?
Oh man!
So you have to have a certain amount thrown.
Who's
so
looking at this chat?
So if your touchdown percentage is 6.1, which is what Tua's was, I believe, that means he's throwing 6 touchdowns every 100 times he throws the ball, or for every 100 completions, crypto, or throws. I think it's throws.
Throws. Yep. Baby throws.
Yeah. Throws.
Yep. Every 100 throws.
So every 100 times he throws the ball, he's going to throw 6 touchdowns. So that'd be 3 for every 30 or every 33.
Right.
And that'd be 1 for every 11? Or no, 3. No, I'm sorry, 1 for every 10. No, wait, 3 times. Yeah, 11.
Yeah.
That means so he throws a touchdown every 11 throws.
That's phenomenal.
It is. I mean, the problem is
that's more than that.
The problem is we're not down in the red zone enough for it to make a difference per game.
No, it's every 18 because every 100 passes.
Yeah, exactly. Like
so it'll be 18 to 20.
If he throws 6 every 100, and you divide. Oh, right, you're right. So you divide 2 into 6, that'd be 3. Right, 2 into 100 so it'd be 3 every 50.
Something like that every 50, yeah.
And then you go 3 into 3 is 1, 3 into 50 is roughly.
So you'd be almost 18 or 17.
Yeah, you're right. So every 18 throws, he throws a touchdown. Roughly,
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I have 5 top reasons as to why Tua Tagovailoa is going to take us to the mountaintop. But you're going to have to wait
the mountaintop.
Yes, I said it.
Are we talking about Mount Sinai or Mount Everest? What kind of mountain is we talking about here?
Mount Rushmore.
And I have 5 reasons why Matt McDaniel is going to take us there too.
Are we talking Ozark Mountains?
Are we talking about? Yeah, are we talking about the Himalayas, or are we talking about Mount Sinai? I mean,
Mount Rushmore.
Mount Erebus. Erebus? Which one?
Listen,
talking about Erebus.
Okay? Trash Mountain.
Olympus Mons on Mars.
Okay? Which one?
No, what about Olympus Mons on Mars?
Olympus Mons, right?
Trash Mountain of 441 and 595.
Trash Mountain. Oh my God. No, the landfill.
Really? Wow, landfill mountains.
Oh my God.
That's what we call them.
Man.
The landfill, they're trash mountains.
Oh, that's hilarious. Disney World's biggest attraction, by the way, Trash Mountain down in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah,
Fort Lauderdale.
595. If you down,
Yeah, it's right around. Isn't it right around? Isn't it right around between Deerfield and Lauderdale somewhere? Like
No, it's literally in Fort Lauderdale. It is in the corner of 595 and 441. So that's why I'm like, it's right there. And if you're from South Florida, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Of
But
course.
yep,
All
we're
they
gonna
did
go
is
right
put
over.
it's a big old dump, and they just put grass over it.
Literally, that's it.
Yeah, they did that.
yeah,
We
and
have
then they
never
and then
won
they
that
stick
debate.
and then they shove pipes in the side of it and light them on fire to release all the gas, like pilot lights.
Pretty much.
Nah, when you ride by, the birds just flying over it, and the tourists don't know what's going on.
And then they drive by and they say, "Oh, I didn't know that Florida had mountains."
Believe it or not, it's a very rich source of natural gas, and people don't realize that you know, they actually do stick pipes in the side of it and get methane out of that shit.
Damn.
Literally, out of that literal poop emoji.
Right.
But come on, man. Like it's you. That's why you can't when you're taking a look at a player, you can't just. Oh, I'm just gonna say overall. You have to take into consideration the different things that they
Did
bring.
you ever click on percentage? You never sorted for percentage on that
Yes,
list.
I did actually, sir. Which percentage do you want me to click on it right now? I got completion percentage.
Yeah, completion
Gino's
percentage.
number one.
Gino.
Yeah.
Oh, he did finish number one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Wow.
about.
Now go to advanced passing, right? You know where that's at,
79.
right?
Okay, hold on.
Wait. Well, hold on. Didn't Tuda have the best passer rating? So he's the best.
No, he had the best passer rating, but Gino had the
Right.
best completion percentage.
Completion percentage.
Which means he's a better thrower of the football than Patrick Mahomes and Dan Marino combined.
So Miss Fins, right? If you go to advanced passing, right, and then you go to the subheading for accuracy, it'll show you the on target percentage, which is the completion percentage if you take away throwaways and spikes.
Yep, I'm fully aware.
Sort
and
on
number
that.
one is Daniel Jones.
Wow.
Yes. Daniel Jones. There you go. Daniel Jones is the best quarterback in football as we
And where
speak.
is Tua on that list?
But I'm
Where
telling you
is
right now,
where is
Daniel Jones
Tua?
is gonna get better.
Where is Tua on that list?
Ranked
On the on target. 11th? Okay, not bad.
11th, yes. Ranked 11th.
I thought he was the most
I'm
accurate
telling you,
quarterback ever to play the game,
Daniel
but I must
Jones
be
earned his
mistaken.
$45 million.
Okay, you haters are not gonna. I need you to take my quarterback's name out your mouth if you're gonna keep hating like the way you guys are hating, okay? Because this is ridiculous. This is who we have, okay? He is our quarterback. Tua's our quarterback. I don't know how many more ways I have to say Tua's our quarterback. Okay.
You just said Daniel Jones and Geno Smith
Okay,
is
but that's
better
just
than
a
Mahomes.
truism. That doesn't tell us anything new.
But is it not factual
Miss
that Tua's the
Fins.
quarterback? It's
You're
Tua
acting
our
as if I'm arguing he shouldn't be our quarterback.
How much money did Geno Smith get paid, Miss Fins?
I'm not sure. I'd have to take a look at his contract.
Did he get like $103 million?
You know, I think you're right. I think it was like 67 or like 67 fully guaranteed.
Right. He took he took a nice little deal with them. So he's gonna be there for a minute. You know who gets fired if Seattle wins the Super Bowl?
Who?
Greer.
Why?
Because he had a chance to get Geno Smith.
I don't think so. I don't think so. He ain't getting fired because of that. Why would he get fired because of another team's what do you call it? Another team's QB? That makes no sense.
Because he's on the hook for everybody that should have been a Dolphin. And if they win a championship without him winning one first, then he's fired.
See,
now I know Miss. I also now know Miss Fins knows her geography because she laughed at the Ozark Mountain joke.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She must know that geologically speaking, the Ozark Mountains are basically leveled off
Crypto.
hills.
If I see the Baltimore Ravens win a Super Bowl before the Dolphins, oh my God!
What they call
Think
it?
about it.
By the way, guys. By the way, the joke is
win
that
a Super Bowl before we do.
Hey, by the way, the joke is the fact that the what we call the hills of Missouri are actually a mountain range called the Ozark Mountains, but they're just leveled off from weathering.
So I knew which ones you were talking to. That's why.
Crypto, they win on everything. I'm getting Lamar Jackson jersey, sign it, and I ain't lying, bro. We both from Florida
That would be a
anyway.
nightmare scenario for Dolphin Land.
Oh man, I'm a Dolphin
If
fan, but at the
Cleveland
same,
Browns played the
That would
freaking
be the
Ravens
worst.
in the
That would
AFC Championship game.
That would be either team, but I
Oh,
think the Browns
we
would be
talking
worse.
about a nightmare.
Oh, but you know what? I tell you what though. As far as Lamar Jackson's, as far as Lamar Jackson staying in the AFC North, I mean, what a matchup that's going to be twice a year between him and Deshaun, man. I think that's probably why like the stars aligned for him to stay in Baltimore because man, oh man,
they needed him to stay there in Baltimore.
Deshaun wiped the floor. Deshaun absolutely took him to school in college when they played each other in college.
Right.
Louisville. Yeah, it was just a total, but of course, Lamar was playing with a ACC team, and Clemson. I mean, and Deshaun's playing with a team in Clemson. I mean, come on.
And he still put up a fight.
Yeah.
You see,
He only had T. Higgins as his receiver. That's all he had.
I think they have had one matchup in the NFL that mattered in the playoffs, if I remember correctly. I don't remember who won it. I could be wrong.
Texans and
Ravens.
Yeah, they won. I think Deshaun won that one matchup.
went ham, and they didn't get past the playoffs.
Right. So I mean, I'm really excited to know we're going to see that matchup twice a year. That's going to be great
now. Yep. Right.
But
and to add to that, you're going to see that and him going against Burrow twice a year.
Yeah,
twice a year.
That's going to be a very fun, very.
They played them pretty well.
Division.
And the funny thing is, those guys all kind of came from the same spot where they were facing each other in college. You know what I mean?
In college, they was always playing each other too.
The Ravens are split with Cincinnati, and they'll beat the Browns twice.
Hey, listen, Color. I need you to bring up
they'll split with Cincinnati. Yeah.
Comment, please. Can you please bring that up?
And the Browns always beating Cincinnati for some reason.
Read it for me, please.
I cannot do that because I'm blind, Miss Fins, and I'm on my phone right at the moment.
Crypto, can you read it? You're also on your phone. Fine, I'll read it.
I think I can make it out. Hold on, here we go. Okay. At panel, y'all boys gotta take it easy on Miss Fins. Got her up there looking like
Terrell.
That's my quarterback. Yeah, I know. I wish I could hit the memes right now. That'd be funny. My quarterback.
Listen, I can argue any point. You know what I mean? Any point for or.
Oh, you're doing a great job, Steel Man, because you're doing a better job than they do. Arguing.
You're doing a better job than Alex.
The people who don't have a voice right now, and those people will get a voice on this panel. All thanks to Miss Finn.
I know. While they all still go out there and accuse us of being one-sided and biased, right?
Well, you're doing a better argument than Alex tonight.
I'm telling you, you are totally bringing it way better than any two in here I've ever argued against.
Really?
Right.
Really? That's saying something because they go hard. So that's
right.
Oh man.
I
mean, I actually genuinely like Tua. We've had this conversation privately, Color. Like, if Tua can really be the quarterback of the Dolphins, like for real, kind of like how Hurts, they put their money where their mouth is and ended up, moving forward with him. If we're able to do that for the next 10 years, man, and just have stability in that position and stability in our coaching position, then I think we're gonna have something that the Steelers have, because Steelers have had in pretty much the entire time. They only had 3 head coaches.
That's it. That's all they've ever had. 3 head coaches their entire life.
If we can have that stability in our coach our head coach and our stability in the quarterback, man, this is going to be a fun team to watch for the next few years. We just need stability. And unfortunately, we've been in the carousel of a new quarterback and new head coach every 3-4 years, and that's not a winning formula, period. We have to go the ways of, although we don't like them, but the ways of the Patriots, of building that system, and the ways of the Steelers, where you have that.
I mean,
Or
hell,
even if you go
for all
to
his faults,
Andy Reid.
never getting past the playoffs, Marvin Lewis. I mean, the guy consistently had a contending team.
Exactly. Or even if you talk about Andy Reid with the Eagles, the only head coach in the league to ever have 100 wins with 2 separate franchises is Andy Reid. He had consistency and longevity with the Eagles, and now consistency and longevity.
And I agree with them finally moving off of Marvin Lewis because but that's after 15 years. I mean, you're talking about any one of those 15 seasons could have cashed in. He just didn't, but because any one of them had the capability of doing it. So I don't fault Marvin Lewis, but I also don't fault for the organization after 15 years finally saying, look, okay, here it is what it is. Yep. But that doesn't mean that any one of those years couldn't have had the ability to actually cash in the chip. You know what I mean? That's why I say, like Miss Finza said, 15 years. And 10 of those years, they were competitive.
And one thing I know right now in today's society, we're so quick, like, it's my money and I need it now. It's our team. We need to win now. But they forget the fact that
J.G. Wentworth.
Man, thank you. Back in the day, these quarterbacks would have 3, 4, 5 years to develop before they really got into their craft. And they were really able to hone in their mistakes, learn from them, and get better. Nowadays, if you could be a second pick overall and be traded the next year. You can be, you know what I mean? Like, there's no, and it goes both ways. There's no patience from the league, from the team,
Josh Rosen,
and the fan. Exactly. Thank you. And there's no patience from the players aspect because they're not being given the chance to also develop too. So in a way, the Miami Dolphins, what they're doing with Tua is giving him those years to really get those kinks out, learn from your mistakes, grow from them, and having that continuity in the head coach is exactly what's going to be able to help him to develop further. So that's just
Crypto. All I gotta say is he's going against Herbert week 1.
Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna
You know what Tua is like, Miss Vince?
That is gonna be a donkey test.
If you ever watch the show Star Trek Voyager, like Tua is like the Neelix character. Nobody can stand the Neelix character. Like, it is such a out of place, awkward character. It's like Jar Jar Binks from Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Jar Jar. I don't know why people don't like him. I love him.
Okay, but you get the phenomenon I'm talking about, like how people just But with Neelix, by the end of the series, by the end of the show, 7 seasons deep, you can't imagine the show without the guy. He kind of and they were probably for 7 years straight. They probably were like the Dread Pirate Roberts with him. Like, oh, you're gonna be fine. We're gonna find your replacement. Don't worry. We're gonna write your character out eventually. We're gonna find some other star that the audience wants to see, right? And it never happened. And he kept just doing his thing, playing the Neelix role. And by the end of it, you can't imagine the show without him.
Exactly. It's just like
and for any real fan, you almost might have been tearing up on the show when he finally left. You know what I mean?
It's just like Drew Brees. Drew Brees didn't do well his first couple of years. But guess what? He went into a system. He went into a team that actually gave him the stability he needed, the development that he needed with Sean Payton as his head coach. And guess what? They won in 2009 the Super Bowl. So it is possible. That can happen, but you have to have the right coaching.
Well, that's the thing about Tua that I do admire. Regardless of the fact that, look, and I don't blame the organization for always hanging a replacement over his head. You know what I mean? And whatever else. But for all of Tua's faults and early on with handling that, he just keeps doing his thing. And as long as they don't make that move, he has more and more of an opportunity to continue to get better. So, and he takes that opportunity. So
and you know what? I have to
it
say,
is what it is. Whatever his limit's going to be, maybe it's already there. Maybe we've already reached it. A lot of people think so, and that's fine because I don't blame them for thinking that, you know.
that's a
And
great point, Color. I also have to say this. You know how we've always complained, nah, they never been competition to Tua. I just realized something when you just said that, Color. So thank you so much for bringing this up for me. And you tell me if you agree. The organization has brought competition to Tua Tagovailoa and a starting position every single year he's been a player. But they didn't do it like a traditional competition. It was literally you can be replaced by another quarterback.
right, and he's been doing just enough to justify them not spending $1 billion on another quarterback.
So I have to say,
Because that would be the only reason you would replace. But that would be the only reason you would replace him if you were spending big money on a big time quarterback. So he's what did D? I think you might even be about to be saying it. I don't know, but what has TD always said about Tua? Good enough to not be good enough. Is that what it is?
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly. Yes.
But to his credit, though, he's answered the call every time enough to say, you know, don't spend all that money. You know, I'm gonna get there to a point where you can still save on me, and we can all win championships. You know what I mean?
This all I got to say, Crypto Color. So if we beat the Chargers week 1.
Wow, you just gonna ignore me like that?
Miss Fans, I see, because I heard you too. So if we beat the Chargers week 1, but Mr. Justin Herbert outperforms Tudor, what is everybody's opinion on that?
Are you saying Tudor or Tua?
However you say that guy name, bro.
I can't tell no more. This is the most consequential
He'll be Tootie. He'll be Tootie by the end of the night.
I know, right? This is the most consequential election of our time. I mean, first game.
D's like that manager. D's like that stuffy old manager that keeps getting the employee's name wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, snap, for real. But as far as this is to me, game 1 sets the tone for the entire season. A, and B, I'm super excited because we're gonna get all of our questions. All of our questions answered. Sorry.
We're gonna go Jeopardy style, huh? We're gonna get all of our answers questioned.
I'm saying the Dolphins win the game, right? The Dolphins win the game, but Herbert outperforms him.
But who got the W?
We won the game.
Then
but
it is what it is.
Yeah, there's gonna be no way. There's gonna be no way we can argue with the Tua fans. I'll call them when it comes to.
What did we win?
Because honestly, the win is the win, and our guy led us to a win.
Not if that guy go for like 370 and 3
right. But my point is, after coming off a win against an opponent, I'm not personally in the business of telling people why the other quarterback outperformed mine. Other than inside a vacuum, if we're talking about who's a better quarterback on another given day. You see what I'm saying?
We could go last year and we could say the same thing. Week 2 versus the Bills at home. I was there. The Bills had 500 yards of offense. Allen had 400 passing yards that game.
Most definitely.
And guess what? We still won.
Yeah,
but
true.
Just like I told you,
to get us to win, and that's
all. Well, what I mean is, I guess what I mean is,
Miss Fence. But I told you, our defense can save us in those tight games. You know what I'm saying?
I guess what I'm saying, D. I guess what I'm saying, D, is that the people.
What I'm saying, Color, is the defense can save you even in those games like that. But playoffs, bro, you have to put up points to win.
Right. Now here's the question though, because Tua plays their defense, not Justin Herbert. You know what I mean? So can Tua be good enough in the playoffs to beat those defenses, even if Justin Herbert is singularly outperforming him? You see what I'm saying?
What's your take on it? Before I give you mine.
Well, I think he could be, but that's kind of what. Again, if you're talking about Tua didn't do anything to lose the game, we win the game. It's going to be hard to even talk about why or whether Justin Herbert outperformed him, because likely he may have. I mean, what I mean to say is the people that know that already believe that Justin Herbert is light years ahead of Tua in talent. Okay, those people are not going to are going to be vindicated. They're just going to think that they were vindicated. And yet we still got to win. So are they going to be sad that we got to win? I don't know. But there's also the other side that no matter what Justin Herbert does, there's always something that precluded Tua from proving that he's better than Justin Herbert. So I guess it doesn't matter is what I'm saying, because neither side is going to change their minds on what they think that means. If, let's say, we get a win and Justin Herbert looks like he outperforms Tua. You know what I mean?
All right. Before I give you my response, what you got to say, Crypto?
Crypto might have fallen out on us.
Oh, but I hear what you're saying, Color. I really do. But all I'm letting you know is, listen, if we win,
during the season when it's on and it's time to play, I don't care.
Yeah.
W is a W to me. You know what I mean? And I'm going to celebrate it with my quarterback, whether he got outperformed or not. You know what I mean?
I understand that, and I'm with you on that. But all I'm letting you know is just that when we get to the playoffs, you're going to be playing people like Herbert or better.
Again. And I would only hope that he can play against those defenses well enough to beat them despite what Herbert does. That's all I can hope for. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because Herbert's going to do what he's going to do. And our defense is going to hold him to a finite number of points. Whether that's a large number or a small number, it's up to Tua to beat their defense enough to score more points than that. Yeah, there's nothing he can do about what Herbert does, is what I'm saying. That's what I've always contended. It's always up to Tua. That's why I don't like when Tua ears or even Tua haters bring up other quarterbacks, because all you're telling me, like, not you, but like when a Tua ear says, when I say, oh, Tua can't do this certain thing, and they say, well, Burrow can't do that either. Look what Burrow did. Well, all you're telling me is two quarterbacks can't do that.
Yeah.
I never said I wanted Burrow. You know what I mean?
No. I
want my quarterback to do that.
No. Only reason I chose Herbert because that's just who we have.
No, not you. In this case, you're talking about a different comparison. I'm talking about the people that say, "Oh, well, Herbert might have outperformed Tua. It looked like that, but he throws interceptions all over the field, or." He can't you see what I'm saying? Like, or when I say, well, or if somebody like TD were to say, oh, well, he doesn't read defenses. Well, they'll say, well, neither does Justin Herbert. Okay. So all they're telling me is two quarterbacks don't do that.
Okay.
They think it makes excuses to it. And it's like, no, I want my quarterback to be able to do that. Justin Herbert's not my quarterback. I don't give a fuck if he does that or not.
Yeah.
And to your point,
because he's out there winning games and putting up mega yardage. So fuck what he does. Yeah, my goal is to cheer on my defense to stop him from doing that, not cheer on Tua to do better than him.
At the end of the day,
my job is to root for Tua to beat their defense, not do better than Herbert.
No, I'm just letting you know that week 1 is around the corner.
I know, 7 days, man, 7 days.
That's all I'm getting you prepared
like Miss Fins just said, a lot of questions going to be answered.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
And then a lot of our answers are going to be questions.
Yeah, I guess it does work both ways, but I just wanted to bring that perspective because
absolutely, it's good.
I don't agree with just dismissing somebody because they may not have shown you right now or in the past.
I mean, I totally agree with you there. That's what I'm saying. You argued their side far better than they ever could. because I'm totally in agreement with you on that. I still am of I'm not a man of faith. We've talked about this before privately, Miss Fins, and it goes right for Tua just the same. I have absolutely zero faith that we're going to see anything better or different than we did last year.
It's up to him to show us.
Why would I? Yeah, I mean, why? What's changed? Why would I gain any faith? You know, my hope is still there. Hope doesn't require faith.
But like I say though, Color, I really do believe in our defense because, like what Miss Fan said, I seen what Josh Allen did, so I know we can compete with the best. Because like I told you, I said I'm not worried about the defense. I'm really not.
I mean, if anything, and I keep having to tell this to people, like, guys, you realize that there's nothing new about. There's nothing I'm scared of when it comes to the Bills.
What was the score in the Chargers' loss last year? That you can remember off the top of your head. I don't remember.
That bad. I don't remember exactly. I don't think it was that bad. Was it?
I don't think they put 30 points up on us.
I forgot, Color. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Shoot. Let me see. I gotta put 2022.
26-17.
17-23.
I mean, our defense held them to 23 points last year.
Actually less than the actually less than the average defense.
Matter of fact,
that's probably one of our lowest games.
Yeah, matter of fact, that score, Miss Vince, that score is actually my early score prediction for this game for us.
Look at that. And I didn't even have to wait till Wednesday to get it. Awesome. Am I bugging it out? No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna let you have it. You can give it to me on.
Well, I've already said it somewhere else, but it's early, but that's my feeling right now is that we're gonna pull it out like 23-17.
Well, there you go. They did.
If our defense progresses like we expect it to, why wouldn't we be able to hold them to one touchdown less or 6 points less? You know what I mean?
Or 2 kicks, because that's literally what was the defining factor. It was the 2 kicks that.
Hey, Color, I think this time they might. I think we might put up 28.
Hey, if we can solve whatever they did to us last year, which I believe Mike McDaniel has thought of nothing else but this game, and since he lost last year,
this is the game he'll have the most time to prepare for.
Right, and
he's known about it since what? A month and a half ago. So.
And again, not to excuse him for being a first-year head coach, because I don't agree with excusing him for that. But to say that I can understand his MO, his mode of operandi last year being, hey, I got to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. He's going to look at that game and see exactly what they did. If we can all sit here all offseason and talk about why we got beat that game and what their defense did to us, don't you think he's looking at that too? Well, we think we're the only ones that can sit here and figure all that out? He's had nothing but that to figure out since the loss, since the season ended. And so
you're not wrong.
You could be right, D. I mean, we could be looking at blowing them out for all we know.
Most definitely, because if the defense improves, I see us putting up 28 points. And I don't care about the Chargers getting a new offensive coordinator. Why?
Right. Right. Remember what happens when we get a new offensive coordinator? We suck. So why would they be all good all of a sudden with first-year offensive coordinator? Okay. Hey, you know what else? As far as blowing them out, I mean, if we can get up a couple scores quickly enough, Joey Bosa can't do no freaking pass rushing.
Yeah, the Chargers got a new offensive coordinator. You know who our defensive coordinator is, sir?
Who is he? I don't know.
Vic Fangio.
Of course I know it's Vic.
So don't tell me about the Chargers OC. We have a DC.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. If we're running up the score quickly and we get out in front quickly enough, it nullifies that pass rush. People forget that. They throw out names like, oh, what about Boza? What about Boza? Blah, blah, blah. If you're up 14 points, Boza ain't doing nothing.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong with that one, but I think we had I can't believe we just had a whole. This could have been clipped as a whole new show, man. Since I came up here, you see, are you not entertained? I literally have my arms out too, by the way, like Russell Crowe and the Gladiator.
But a lot less people on the panel worked out a little better, I think.
I mean, well, we weren't shouting over each other. We were coming up with this was a Misfits production panel. Yeah, I'm taking total credit for this. This very similar how I run my panels, guys. So there you go. But yeah, no, it was. I think it was great. And gosh, how many people do we have right now?
We still got like, God, hold on, let me look.
56 people watching, or no? 60 people watching?
Yeah, 54 right now. So we're dwindling down. We're at the 4 hour something mark.
Yeah, it's time.
Almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna start getting you guys' final thoughts. Crypto, are you still there, or did you fall asleep on us?
He did. Take him out. Take him out.
Oh yeah, I can hear him snoring. Hold on.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Bye, Crypto. See you later.
So while I'm transitioning back over to my desktop, I guess we'll go ahead and start with you, D. As the show, as I intended the show to be, I know how you feel, bro. I know you feel a little more like I do a lot of times about the team. You know what I mean, and our chances and all that. But go ahead and tell us how we can win this game and why we're going to win this game. Not so much why we're going to lose, but you know what I mean? Give the fans, give our audience something to feel hyped about. That's what this show is all about. Late Night Exhale on Saturday nights. I've been filling in for Ali, by the way. It's usually his show, and he likes to keep it we're not like positive pushers around here, like you think. We're just talking about
I'm a positive pusher.
Yeah, we're more talking about why and how we can win, and not why we're going to lose tonight. You know what I mean? And we'll have one more opportunity before next week's game to do this show, Late Night Exhale, because there is one more Saturday before next week's game. This is the early Late Night Exhale for the start of the season. 7 days away, people. Give us your take on how we can win this game, D.
I got you. In my opinion, as a real fan, you better start Cam Smith week 1. Let the DC go out with his new packages, see what works, don't works. You know you got depth on defense. With the offense, you know who you got at receivers. Start week 1 running a ball a little bit more than pass, because you got to see what you got. Like, you know what you got at your running backs, but you say you promise you're gonna run more. McDaniel, let them run more. So just start off with the run. If the run struggles, just start throwing the ball and scoring. But then you still got to come back to that to figure out how we can get that. But besides that, special teams, I like them. I still got questions on Jason Sanders now, because if it come down to a field goal, oh man, that'll be horrible. But I don't see it that way. But besides that, O-line should be pretty. It should be pretty decent, long as you substitute Eichenberg. If he plays, at least use your money in Ingle for him to block more. If he doesn't, you know what I'm saying? We could use him to block more. If anything goes wrong, use him to block more, and just start using maybe 2 tight ends if the O-line looks horrible. 2 tight ends, and start A-Chain if he can play. Make him play week 1 as well, because you got Raheem as your primary, but you want to get these rookies in as fast as possible to get their feet wet, because you're gonna need them. You're gonna need him. You're gonna need Cam Smith because if Ramsey's hurt, until how many weeks you'll say color, I don't know. But until then, just let them play because we got depth at corner regardless. So just let the guy play.
Yeah,
But
we're not any worse off than we were last year, and you could argue better given that we're fully healthy, other than the new acquisition who hasn't even played for us yet anyway.
Right. But in all seriousness, I really do hope we win week one. We win week one. No matter how it goes, I'll be satisfied. I would be satisfied. But at the same time, I'm a real person too because I watch. I know every fan watched the game. So it will be the small details I will pay attention to see where we went wrong and right in the situations.
Exactly.
That's my final take on it.
Well, we appreciate you coming up tonight, man. You're always welcome to come anytime, man. Good meeting you. And I'm going to put you in back. You're welcome to hang back if you want to chop it up backstage after the show's done. It's completely up to you. But thanks again, man, for coming and chopping it up with us tonight. And
you brought up
back around, man.
Fresh air, man.
Yeah,
Fresh
definitely.
air. Thank you for coming
Good
through.
job,
I know
buddy.
not everybody has the courage to do it, but I'm glad that he
Oh,
did.
you know it. You know it.
It was awesome. Brought
So
great
I
energy.
think he made a lot of great points right there too, Ms. Fins, when it comes to, look, it's going to come down to execution. We got both teams are fully healthy. It's week one. There's no excuses on either side. This is a full Dolphins versus Chargers matchup, and look, this is already out of the gate. Another a chance for Tua to check that box he didn't get a chance to check for me last year, which was, I know there's not really much on the line, but there is a lot of bragging rights to be earned in this game. And to D'Angelo's point about Herbert outperforming Tua, even if we get the W, well, what if Tua goes out there and shreds it and outperforms him? Well, we could be talking about that box being checked, given in this type of game that I think qualifies as, hey, it's a statement game, even though it's first game of the year and it's not like your whole season is on the line. But look, a lot is on the line as far as questions to be answered, as Miss Finn said. A lot is on the line in this game, and everybody's healthy and everybody's going to be going at it. Both teams and both coaches had a chance to think about nothing but each other for the whole offseason. So we're going to get some great football next week. And I think the key, before I let you get your final thoughts, Ms. Fins, I think the real key to this game is our speed. Not just our speed at key positions, but getting out there and just hammering it and going 110% throttle from start to finish right out the gate. Our running backs, everybody, hit them holes, keep the defense on the back of their feet. And that's the key to this game, in my opinion.
No, I love it. I have to agree with pretty much what you said here. To me, one of the biggest key, and I think it's such a simple key that it kind of trickle down to what we need. The offense needs to stay on the field most of the game, because last year we did it. We broke it down each game. When your defense out of 60 minutes is averaging 40 minutes being on the field, we need to change that. So if we can make it happen where our offense stays on the field and continues to put up points, that is going to help our team so much. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that's going to help us out.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Samuel Lance, who's coming in just saying hello.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, good morning.
I always miss saying hi to Samuel too. So shout out, Samuel.
Peace to you too, sir. Much appreciated.
Good morning to you if you're in a similar time zone.
Noob pack, look at Noob.
I know Noob. Is that the Noob Political Action Committee? Is that what that is? Noob pack?
No, like Tupac, but like Noob.
Oh, Noob Pac. Oh yeah, okay.
I flipping love this man, and his creativity is phenomenal, man. Hey, Richard said, "To a time, baby, let's go." That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why.
Yeah, appreciate all 50 of you still staying up with us that late. That's pretty cool.
If you guys could do me a favor, if you could take a time, you don't have to do it, but I really love giving away, stuff just as a way of saying thank you to all the fans. that contribute to the channel and are always there. If you guys can do me a favor, I dropped the link to the Pick'ems challenge. Go to the Pick'ems challenge. It's free. Last year, our winner won the Javon Holland jersey. I don't know what the price is going to be this year for the winner. We will be giving prizes away, if you get a perfect week and things like that. We're going to be giving away prizes as well. But I would really love to get you guys to join because it's just so much fun, so easy. It takes 10 seconds to make your picks if you already, have an idea of how games are going to go. Or you can join myself and my co-host, Mr. Color Commentary. We will be in League Wide Wednesdays every Wednesday at 8 p.m. You can come here. You can we do our pick'ems. We talk about each week, our projections, our most impact players. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you can catch Miss Fins Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern. Every single Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Unless it's a holiday for me, then we'll see.
And that, of course, is following up Top of the Tailgate with
exactly.
Ali
I was
and
just going to get to
myself.
that. So you
Coming
come
at you
in.
6 a.m. to 8 on the East Coast.
Yep, you
Bright
start
and
out
early.
your day with Color and Ali on Top of the
Priming
Tailgate.
you all up to go check out Miss Fins at 8 o'clock.
And if you guys think that I've been able to provide great content so far, and you don't have to agree with me, but at least you like, maybe my delivery or what I have to say, or if you absolutely hate me, feel free to go ahead and subscribe to my channel because I love everybody.
Yeah, leave a comment.
Haters. Leave a comment. Leave a shout out.
Hit the thumbs down button.
Exactly. Why? Because all of it is
engagement.
Engagement, exactly. It helps with the algorithm, and you know what?
Matter of fact, YouTube probably helps out the down likes more than the up likes because they're like, ooh, if people didn't like it, pump it up because it's like a train wreck. Everybody wants to look at a car accident. You know what I mean? So.
Wow, Samuel is in Tennessee here early morning too. Yeah, of course.
Wow.
But and you guys are an hour
I think they're an hour behind, yeah.
They are, so it's 1:30 over there, but right? Yeah, 1:30. But that's pretty much it, Color. That's my final take. I think I did an entire whole show with you guys here in the last 2.5 hours. But thank you for having me, sir. And
I appreciate you as always. You kept our content going. I don't know where everybody went tonight. I mean, no panel tonight. It's crazy.
Well,
they just don't want to argue with me. They were afraid I was going to yell at them.
Not at all. It's just they wanted more of a quiet scene,
I know.
Just kidding. You did well, miss. Well, thank you, Richard. I really appreciate your support. For sure. And
we got up to 76 likes. It'd be really cool if 24 of you on the way out hit the like button and make sure you're subscribing to the Fins Tailgate, as well. We are up over, my God, we're like at 56 something. Here, I don't have no polls going on. Okay, so that's already
there was 53 last time I checked. Are still alive. 48 right
55.76. That's up 152 in the last 28 days. That is absolutely amazing growth. We hit a big growth spurt like right as training camp started, and it hasn't slowed down yet. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
and we really appreciate it. Everybody out in the chat who have still stayed up with us. Jay, I see you there. Richard Clavel, welcome. Any other latecomers to the chat? I'd love to keep it going for everybody way out west, but I got to go to bed. It's been 4.5 hours. That's about my limit these days. And so y'all have a great evening. Appreciate you coming by for Late Night Exhale. You can catch us again here next Saturday night with Ali. Ali should be back in action for next Saturday's Late Night Exhale right before Miami Dolphins football.
And when you say Miami, you're talking Super Bowl because we're the Miami Dolphins.
That's right.
Miami
and your voice is too good. We're going to get stricken because you've got a really good voice.
Am I supposed to sound bad for us not to get stricken?
No, but if it sounds bad, it won't copyright strike us.
What the bleeps?
You got to diminish the quality. Yeah.
Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins.
But as it says in the title, 7 days to Sunday.
I'm done now. I can't. You gotta get out of here, bro. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming through. We'll catch you next time.
Y'all have a great evening. Fins up. As soon as I find this button right here, we'll be able to get out of here. It is right there. Good night, everybody.